Postiro Stephen, Betiatium, Lewis Medicine, Ratua Werner Municipality. Kirawam, Governor Narun, Lieutenant Governor William, Betue ex officio, Jonas Paul, Labarun Aliwe Cabinet, President Coney of the Senate, Chuuk State Senate, the honorable members Medicine, Nanawe Chuuk State Senate, 17 Chuuk State Legislature, Speaker Mersai, Betiatium, honorable members, Nanawe House of Representatives, 17 Chuuk State Legislature, Chief Justice Robert, and all Associate Justices of the Chuuk State Supreme Court system, His Excellency Bishop Julio Angel, Bishop of the Diocese of the Caroline Islands, Honorable APIL Presiding Officers, President Stephen, Vice President Pila Gomez, Secretary Lamburn, and Treasurer Pomok Aidurhal. Head of delegations from each jurisdiction members and your delegation members, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Her Excellency Ambassador Jennifer L. Johnson from the U.S. to the FSM government, all presenters, colleagues,
ladies and gentlemen, and those that may be tuning in from abroad via social media or other internet channels, Aina Ditiro, and again, Rananim. A significant occasion for our region and our people. With that, let's join all our hearts and minds to give glory to the Almighty and always seek for His knowledge and wisdom. Thus, Ubufokunarab Tegya Negakuri at Chegicheng, His Excellency Bishop Julio Angel, for the invocation. Bishop Angel.
Before I say the blessing, I'd like, as Bishop of the Diocese, truly want to welcome you all to Chuuk, one of the vicariates in our diocese. Welcome to Chuuk and Rananim. We begin our prayer in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord God of heaven and earth, it is truly right and just that we give you thanks always and honor you above all, for all that we have and are come from you. This morning we humbly call upon your holy name to look kindly upon this conference convening here in Chuuk to discuss and to make important decisions to enhance regional securities, substantive policies on climate change in these small Pacific Island nations. We ask that you bless their deliberations so that they would be able to find the best plans and workable solutions that would strengthen not only security and livelihood, but other urgent and life-threatening issues affecting the inhabitants of these islands today and onward. Lord, inspire all members with your spirit of unity and integrity so that they will joyfully work together to make intelligent and sincere decisions that will ultimately for the common good of these islands, nations today and in the years to come. Lord, I also ask that you protect them from the power of the evil one, so that from the start until the end, all deliberations will never deviate your divine plan, which is always for the good of all. I ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. And may the Lord bless you all gathered here, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Fokkun Kristo Jabur Bishop Angel Rarwayota Kinebobudan. Traditionally in Chuuk, there are many ways to welcome our visitors. This morning, we are going to witness one of those ways of welcoming our visitors traditionally. At this time, I now turn the floor to Mr. Mars Agabido and his team, who is also the Executive Director of the Chuuk Visitors Bureau. Mr. Mars Agabido.
Dear legislators, leaders, in front of us, you have some of the most important, relevant symbols of welcome and respect to the leaders. And some. We will not have time to talk about all of them. We are going to highlight 3 of the symbols on behalf of the chiefs, the leaders, and the people of Chuuk, Gratitude, and all around. Perhaps the other leaders will help you understand every single item, why they are positioned, and why they are placed in front of you. Amen. Kosrae. Serewa. 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 Pura kunut. Kunut serewa. Ane digari. Ane pagari. Ane pagari. Digari. Pagari. Pagari. Pagari so. Nunisam, wakobore, ewan nunisam, befati gari, nea warai, befati gari, nubu gari im, befati gari, nubu gari ut, befati gari, nubu gari ma, ewan befati gari. Esse é o dia. Eu é que sou avô. Avô é avô. Agora união posamon. Esse por Coreia. Eu é que sou avô. Lefir Chuuk, me Chuuk. Boleh di mana? Boleh di mana? Berapa salah? Uniar Solo. Lihat, uniar Salon, uniar di Salon. Esse apa sah? Have a nice meeting.
Let's give them another round of applause. And at this time, may we now all stand for the singing of the UFSM National Anthem by Miss Winetta Irons. You may all be seated. Thank you, Wineta, for the beautiful voice. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Chuuk State leadership and the people of Chuuk, I now call upon the ex officio, the Honorable Jonas Paul, for the welcoming remarks. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Douglas. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I say a few words on behalf of Governor Narun, please allow me to convey my respect in my native tongue. Sisab ugitu na pasat kirisongani kot me renantong mumumus me fangani kich isatongani chufangani kenai. Turo om torachau, turo oneson. At Spyro Mesufenwan, His Excellency Bishop Julio Angken, Krisorenom Wardonani Sosoran. At Sturo Mefairo on Fenuachwera Chaniro, on Nutskawas Soamwen, a Kayon Seni Fenuachwera. At Spyro on Samach Mayor Stephen, Deputy Mayor Irons. Fidi Speaker Sos Memenin Aroso Edepungnan Moon Wera Municipal Government. Turo on Samach Atafan Governor Narun, Lieutenant Governor William, Fidi GHH Cabinet members. At Apurper on Samach Presidents Nanachawe Edepung Ren Honorable President Koni, GHN Honorable Senate members, Fidi Paratsturo on Honorable Speaker Mersai Dori Honorable Representative Senyats Utan Rep No. 17 Chuuk State Legislature. As Fairo on Samach Chief Justice Robert Mejijian Justices, Nanacho Chuuk State Supreme Court. Turo on Mayor Fritz, Chairman Nanach Mayor Council, Fidi Chijian Honorable Mayor Senyakawe, Iligmatiu municipalities. Sisa paluguti rapasat sufen on Samatsko sopun seniferiwa Chuuk, Renurwe Chairman sopun Aden. Palats tiro ngani menin ewe APIL fidi chochon fidi e chufangan nalesa soran. Ats kabangan kinamoy na irani kinay ngani kits menisin nesoranim. Fanitan Mayor Chichiatseni Fenutoa Minanam Rech, Upamusamus, Fiditungar Punsisap, Achmungu, a non-forcinekis, Fanitan Erawewe. On behalf of Governor Narun and the leadership of our great state of Chuuk, we extend our warm Chuuk welcome to member of the Association of Pacific Island Legislature. We have come afar to be here with us this morning in this important assembly. My respect and recognition to the presiding officers of the APIL, President Stephen, Vice President Phila Gomez, Secretary Lamburn, and Treasury Pamuk, and distinguished APIL members, the head of the 9th delegation and member. Chuuk is honored to have you here. I also extend warm welcome and acknowledge the presence of member of our diplomatic corps, Madam Ambassador Johnson, U.S. Ambassador to the FSM and member of the U.S. delegation. Chuuk also welcomed the Pacific Island Development Bank Board of Governors, Chairman Gedi, and members along with the CEO President of PITP, Ms. Timorang, and your staff. Thank you for being here. This assembly could not happen to any better time, As small island nations in the Pacific, we share similar cultures, we thrive on common resources, and we face comparable challenges. Geopolitics continue to impact us with the triggered effect of the pandemic and now wars leading to rising prices of food and fuel. Our dependency on our outside resources creates challenges for us to be self-sustaining. And of course, the imminent threat of climate change. It is something all of us here have no role in creating, yet we are paying the highest price for it. As the rising sea level changes our landscape and the frequency of natural disaster become very costly each year. Whatever branch of government we are from, we are all servants of our people. Our commitment and advocacy to improve the lives of our people must always come first. I confidently believe the APIL Assembly is a tremendous platform that continues to strengthen solidarity and collectiveness with the region. To quote the eloquent word of the Prime Minister of Barbados during her speech for the Americas, let's talk with each other, not at each other. Again, on behalf of Governor Narun, the leaders of Chuuk and the people, we welcome the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures and all its participants. We hope you enjoy your stay, and should you need anything from us, please do not hesitate to let us know. We wish you all the best during your meetings. Kristo Chapur, thank you very much.
Kristo Chapur, Sabat Atik Jonas Paul, welcoming remarks. At this time, I now call upon the Honorable Lester D. Mersai, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his special remarks. Speaker Mersai.
Forgive me if my remarks is not that special. Chief of Staff used the wrong adjective for my remarks. Allow me to pay my respect in expressing my tiro to everyone. And the Tiroam, Bishop of the Diocese of the Caroline Islands, His Excellency Bishop Julio Anken, Mayor Faustino Stephen, Governor Narun, Hats Tiro, ex-officio director of our administrative services, the Honorable Jonas Paul, Tiroam, President of the Senate, the Honorable Arno Kori, Vice President of the Senate, the Honorable Wisni Nakayaba, Tiroam, Tori honorable members of the Senate, Tiro, Vice Speaker of the House, the Honorable Andrew May, Tori Chiachiats honorable members of the House, Tiro, Chief Justice of the Chuuk State Supreme Court, the Honorable Jason Robert, Tiroam, Tori Honorable Justices Medicine, Chairman of the Mayor's Council, the Honorable Mayor Fritz, Chairman of the Council of Chiefs, MFN Sopun Aden, Tiro, Pharaoh, my respect to all speakers and presidents of our respective legislatures, head of delegations, presiding officers of our Association of Pacific Island Legislatures, my Tiro, President Stephen, Vice President Philo Gomez, Tori Secretary and Treasurer, Tiro. My respect and tiro to APIL Board of Directors, honorable delegates and participants. My respect and tiro to President CEO Ms. Lindsay Timerong, PITP Board of Directors, good colleagues, and of course our very own Chairman of the Board of Governors, Honorable Speaker. My tiro to you. To everyone that's here, our diplomatic partners, students, participants, ay enedituro bots medicine. Iwats kapong raranim. Last year, around this time, it has been reported to my office that we had about a good amount of collection in our local revenue. Over the next few days, we can all agree that you will play a big part in our economy. So we thank you for that. It is customary here that what you bring to one's place, you do not take it back. So leave your per diem and your hearts and just bring back your laundry. On that positive note, honorable delegates, participants of APIL's 40th General Assembly, on behalf of the 17th Chuuk State Legislature, our state government, most especially the people, I'm truly honored to welcome each and every one of you to our humble state of Chuuk. It is very encouraging to see honorable delegates of our nations, islands, and sister states come together to explore and continue discussions of our next steps in regards to our regional security and the ongoing threat of climate change. Our state of Chuuk is honored and proud to host this year's assembly. We are pleased to welcome all members and your delegations. I extend our gratitude to you for your effort in making it here today. We hope that you feel our warm welcome, our gratitude, and our appreciation to you for being here through our beautiful smiles, welcoming chants, and humble gestures of brotherhood and sisterhood. Please do accept my apologies if what we have to offer is not equivalent to your expectations, but we welcome each and every one of you with our open hearts to make you feel at home. Regional security and climate change, strengthening Pacific security and livelihood is our theme this assembly. The key word here is strengthen. Our efforts to improve regional security and our actions towards climate change continue to show progress. We have laid the groundwork. It is more fitting because we are gathered to strengthen our collaborative efforts, what we already have in place, and to find solutions to tackle together our challenges to keep paddling our way forward. This is a significant assembly, for all great minds come together for the best interest of our people. We are all policy makers, representing our respective nations, islands, and states. We are here because of our people. As policy makers, we all know that famous quote, "The welfare of the people is the supreme law." Today, a new dawn is upon our region. Today may be different from yesterday, but our destiny remains the same. So let us continue to strengthen our relationships and partnerships to promote peace and unity together. Thank you again to each and every one of you for all that you do and for participation in this assembly. Your attendance here is a testament to your commitment to strengthening our regional security and livelihood, but most especially, your contribution to our local economy. Thank you very much. Kirisho Zabur.
Thank you, Speaker Mersai, for the remarks. Again, Speaker Mersai just mentioned tip, just like last night, the tip jar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I now call upon the Saraman Chuuk Academy High School Choir to sing a number for us, a song. Saraman Chuuk Academy.
Thank you, Sarabhan Chuuk, Academic Choir, for a very nice song. We are now at the end of our program this morning. Therefore, I'd like to call upon Reverend Bradley Petrus for the closing prayer. Reverend Petrus.
Almighty God, the Sovereign One, we praise you and thank you for your presence bestowed upon each and every one of us. We especially thank you for all the members of this assembly. We thank you for the traveling mercies, the gift of life, and your daily living in their lives. Father, we pray and we ask that you continue to give them the guidance, the knowledge. We pray at the inception of this conference that you grant them the counsel, the wisdom, and the guidance that will keep them in the direction that you know is best. We thank you so much for all the blessings that you showered upon this assembly. May you be lifted up and be glorified, and may your wisdom and counsel be sought in every issue deliberated. And through it all, O Lord, may the Pacific Islands be blessed because of your help, your blessing upon this year's APIL and its agendas. We thank you, we praise you, and we ask all this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Petrus. We are now going to be going out on a break, but I would like to ask for a photo session. There will be a lot of photo session later on, but at least for our state principals here with the presiding officers and other delegate members of APIL. So if we could just have a photo session, and we have some refreshment before we turn over the floor to APIL plenary session. Thank you. PIO, Fitoro, Falakara camera.
I'll hold it. Good morning.
requests. You okay?
Check, check. Testing, testing. Check. Check, check. Check, check, one, one.
Got 3 minutes left for the break. We're about to start. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Nereye la yapısırku? Okay. So, pari daw mo.
Check, check. Test. Check.
Let's get our attention back here. We're about to start. Thank you, Chief of Staff Marar, for a very well done ceremony this morning with all the principal officers from the state of Chuuk. Thank you very much, Speaker Mersai, Vice President Nakayama, ex officio Jonas Paul, for helping us through this ceremony. We're about to start now. Thank you. Thanks for the refreshment from the Chuuk State Legislature. As President of APIL, I have now called to order this 40th General Assembly. I am honored to call on the Honorable Tessie Lambert, Secretary of this organization, to do the call of roll call. Honorable Tessie Lambert, your chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Kamnameuri Prananim. I'm honored to do the roll call this morning for the 40th General Assembly, and I'll start with American Samoa, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Present. FSM State of Chuuk. Present. Thank you. Thank you. FSM State of Kosrae.
Present.
Thank you. FSM State of Pohnpei.
Present,
Thank you.
Madam
And FSM
Secretary.
State of Yap.
Present.
Island of Guam.
Half day present.
Thank you. Republic of Kiribati.
Present.
Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Yeah, we're all up here.
Republic of Nauru. Republic of Palau.
Here.
State of Hawaii. Mr. President, of the 12 members of APIL, we have a quorum of 9 members present. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. We have a total number of 9 members present. That amounts to a quorum. Business may continue based on the quorum. The next item will be opening remarks and country reports by head of delegations. We are honored and privileged to have Madam Representative from the Republic, CNMI Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Island. Please introduce yourself before you go on. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Danita Pialur Kaipat Yang Tamai. Rananim, and on behalf of the delegation of the CNMI, I would like to also greet the islands or municipality chiefs, clan chiefs, the governor, lieutenant governor, honorable members of the 17th Chuuk State Legislature, the justice, all associate justices, His Excellency Bishop Ankel, APIL President Nelson, VP Villagomez, Treasurer Bamo, Secretary Tessie, and all Arvansan Chuuk. Yokwe, Maori, Mojorang, Tuo, Kasilelia, Mogatin, Ali, Talofa, Aloha, Buenas, Hafade, Lesormamai. My name is Danita Pelur Kaipat Yang Tamai. I am a representative in the 23rd CNMI House of Representatives and of the 2 members of the Board of Directors for the APIL. My colleague, Honorable Jude Untalan Hofschneider, Senator, 23rd CNMI Senate, is the other member of the Board of Directors representing the CNMI. Present also is the Speaker of the 23rd CNMI House of Representatives and also the APIL Vice President, the Honorable Edmund Sablan Villagomez. In addition, the CNMI delegation comprises of, please raise up your hands, Representative Marisa R. Flores, Chairwoman of the Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations, Representative Malcolm J. Omar, Chairman of the Committee on Health and Welfare, Representative Diego Vincent Kamatsu, Chairman of the Committee on Cannabis, Representative Vincent S. Adan, Chairman of the Committee on Public Utilities, Transportation and Communications, Representative Ralph N. Yumu, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means and Gaming, Representative John Paul P. Sablan, Chairman of the Saipan and Northern Islands Legislative Delegation, Representative Angelo A. Kamatsu, Chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources, Senator Selina R. Babauta, Chairwoman of the Committee on Judiciary, Government and Law, and Committee on Executive Appointments and Government Investigations. And I would like to also introduce some of the many hardworking staff of our Legislative Bureau and Consultant, House Counsel Joe Tyrone, Senate Counsel Joe Bermudez, House Senior LA Ms. Clarissa Sablan Chong, Senate Senior LA Ms. Jolene Dueñas Taguel, and Mr. Kodep Ogumuro Uludong. Mr. President, 16 of us are here, and we have been contributing to the economy of Chuuk because we love you. So please stop sending those storms to our area. And I would like to ask everyone to bear with me as I share with you the things that my report. And when I was working on the report, I was also thinking of all of you, my brothers and sisters of the Blue Continent. So please don't go to sleep. I want to take this opportunity to update you all on the progress that the CNMI has made on the 3 key issues we discussed in the last GA. The universal garbage collection. Following the October 2022 GA meeting, the CNMI continued in its efforts towards the formulation of its first comprehensive integrated solid waste management plan initiated in 2021, following a U.S. congressional award to address impact to our solid waste facilities impacted by Super Typhoon U2, to safeguard public health and the environment, promote resource conservation and sustainability, create economic opportunities, and reduce the long-term costs of dealing with environmental remediation and health-related issues caused by poor waste management practices. We are so excited to announce that our draft management plan was published last month. This draft plan is a product of island and federal partners, including the Office of the Governor, our mayor's offices, the Office of Planning and Development, the Bureau of Environmental and Coastal Quality, the Department of Public Works, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. The draft plan incorporates needs and priorities that are identified that include capacity building, updates to permitting regulations, updates to existing solid waste plants, existing dump closure plans, the establishment of recycling, mulching, organics processing, and composting sites. Further studies will be initiated on universal garbage collection activities with consideration of the feasibility of curbside collection of recyclable goods and green waste. The CNMI hopes that this plan will identify additional and critical best practices components that we can share with our brothers and sisters of the Blue Continent, and ultimately enhance the overall well-being of all of our island communities through effective solid waste management. The next one is mental health. During the last General Assembly, we called upon the APIL member jurisdiction to engage in regional cooperation to increase mental health awareness and help facilitate a collaborated effort and coordination to help bridge the gap in mental health care. It is an integral component of health and well-being that underpins our individual and collective abilities to make decisions, build relationships, and shape the world we live in. Mental health is a basic right, and it is crucial to personal, community, and socio-economic development. This is critical to the well-being of family members who are going through depression and family members who enlisted in the armed forces and are going through PTSD. CNMI Public Law 22-23 entitled to have the CNMI join the Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, or PSYPACT, to improve and expand access to mental health care in the CNMI. To reinforce our efforts, an accompanying legislation was recently passed in the House that will establish parity in coverage and payments for mental health services delivered through telehealth and in person. Bridging the gap in mental health must also include coverage parity to ensure that mental and/or behavioral health services delivered by telehealth to the same extent to health benefit plan could cover the services if delivered by an in-person encounter. To further support our efforts, we must also support and build our local capacity. As we have learned from this pandemic, a healthy community means a healthy economy. This is why we need to invest in our students and ensure that they come back to serve and help our communities and our people. Hence, the creation of CNMI Public Law 22-24, which establishes a behavioral health professional scholarship to encourage and promote the behavioral health profession, and in exchange, return to the CNMI and provide the much-needed services. Healthcare should not be a privilege. The third one, promise, this is the last one. Number 3, broadband. Since our last meeting, the CNMI has taken great strides to improve our broadband infrastructure plans. Immediately following APIL's 39th General Assembly last October, the CNMI was humbled by your presence during the tech symposium held on Saipan, where we shared the goals and vision of what the future of broadband would look like in our region. page 5. Earlier this year, in April, through Governor Arnold I. Palacios, Directive 2023-003, he established a broadband policy and development program for the CNMI under the Office of the Governor. Soon after, in May, the CNMI was awarded $1.4 million through the Internet for All planning grants to bring affordable and reliable high-speed internet throughout the 14 islands of the Northern Marianas. And I also asked them to come over here to the FSM or FAST and help you out. Funds awarded through the Broadband Equity Access and Development Program were to increase capacity of a broadband office that oversees broadband programs and deployment in the CNMI, the development of a sustainable development plan to serve as a 5-year action plan, research and data collection to identify unserved and underserved locations, publications, outreach, and communications support, and lastly, coordination with local communities to better understand barriers to adoption. Through the funds awarded under Digital Equity Act to support closing the digital equity gap, including developing a robust territorial digital equity plan that will benefit unserved and underserved populations in the CNMI, and data collection, plan development, and plan rollout. Furthermore, in line with the U.S. President Joseph R. Biden's Investing in America agenda and the Internet for All initiative, I just want to show off for this one, the CNMI was awarded $80.7 million in June to boost access to high-speed internet. Through this nationwide effort, the CNMI joins Guam, American Samoa, Hawaii, and other territories and states of the United States to ensure access to reliable and affordable high-speed connectivity throughout our islands with the ever-changing world. Through the support of all APIL members, during the 39th GA APIL Resolution number 39-GA-04 entitled, to respectfully encourage APIL member entities to establish a broadband task force to explore broadband equity for the underserved and unserved communities of the Blue Continent, was unanimously adopted by this august body. However, there is still a lot of work to get done. Okay, I think that's about it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time, and we look forward to the country reports of our fellow colleagues. Si Diyos maasi Filiso.
Thank you very much, Madam Tenita Yangat-Mai, for a very good presentation. We are honored and happy to have our friend from the state of Kosrae, Senator Andy, to give his state's country report. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Good morning to you all, and Rananim. Let me begin first and foremost by giving thanks to our Heavenly Creator for His many blessings upon each and every one of us, including this grand opportunity to meet again as fellow legislators in the Pacific Islands. Let me also pay my humble respect and acknowledgement to the traditional leaders of Chuuk State, the Honorable Alexander Narun, Governor of Chuuk State, the leadership of both houses of the Chuuk State Legislature, the leadership of the Chuuk State Judiciary, our esteemed presiding officers of APIL, honor guests, fellow legislators, presenters, friends, and ladies and gentlemen. Also, at the outset, please allow me to introduce my fellow esteemed members of the delegation from the state of Kosrae who are with me today. As you might have heard, Senator George Sasaki, my fellow APIL representative for Kosrae State APIL, to the APIL, was not able to make it with us this time around to the other prior commitments. Nevertheless, sitting as Senator George proxy is Madam Senator Rutsina Jonah, who, as some of you might not know, is the first female senator ever elected in the Kosrae State Legislature, which is indeed a monumental milestone in Kosrae's history, which we are especially proud of. May I ask Senator Jonah please stand? As some of you may recall, Senator Jonah's ascension to the political arena as a lawmaker had Senator Jonah's ascension to the political arena as a lawmaker had also been formally acknowledged by the Association of Pacific Island Legislature through APIL Resolution number 62-BOD-15, which was adopted during the recent APIL 62nd Board of Directors meeting held in the state of Kosrae. For such acknowledgement, I extend our sincere kilo, or thanks, to the APIL presiding officers and members of the APIL on behalf of the presiding officers and members of the 13th Kosrae State Legislature. Also with us today in the gallery, we have the Honorable Bob H. Skilling, who is one of Kosrae's representative to the APIL's Board of Directors. Also accompanying us are Senator Nena Sinet, Chairman of the Committee on J&GO, or Judiciary and Governmental Operation. Senator Yoshiro P. Abraham, who is also a distinguished member of our delegation. Lastly, we do have our supporting staff with us also, Ms. Marta Tale, Chief Clerk for the 13th Kosrae State Legislature, and also APIL Secretariat for the Kosrae State, to the APIL, and Mr. Kiera Iso, our Chief Legal Aid for Kosrae State Legislature also. Again, we thank APIL for extending the invitation to partake in this year's General Assembly, as we are much honored, privileged, and eager to share and learn as always. This year's theme is Regional Security and Climate Change, Strengthening Pacific Security and Livelihood. In a correlation to this year's theme, Regional Security and Climate Change, Strengthening Pacific Security and Livelihood. With the relevance of the regional security component of the theme, the delegation of Kosrae State is much delighted to share and report that the state of Kosrae has had the distinct opportunity to have hosted the joint committee meeting between distinguished leaders and key military officials from the United States of America, and also the FSM. I recall vividly from the JCM for the state of Kosrae, and I'm sure the same goes for the other three sister states. It reminds me with strong support and great optimism for the technical and financial assistance that the U.S. has graciously been extending to the FSM nation. It has, without a doubt, tremendously provided our young FSM nation the justifiable ways and means for our security and livelihood. I understand that some key officials and participants of the recent JCM are here in attendance. Therefore, I applaud your presence again with us throughout the week. With your presence and also the presence of other presenters, I am confident that we will reach a consensus on our way forward after this assembly. Thank you once again. In relation to climate change, component of the theme, the delegation of Kosrae is also very proud to share and report that the state of Kosrae has always been keen and supportive of environmental initiatives and mitigation strategies to address the adverse effect of climate change. Most recently, the Kosrae State Legislature had adopted a legislative resolution supporting the Blue Prosperity Micronesia, or BPM, conservation initiatives, including the National Marine Spatial Planning Project. As we all know, conservation of our nature, our natural environment, including our marine resources, is undoubtedly critical at this day and age, especially when it is already in the fragile state due to numerous environmental issues today, such as climate change and overexploitation. The management of our marine resources is currently crucial to sustaining the livelihood of communities and people in the Pacific region, as it requires careful and perceptive planning to ensure that the marine resources are properly conserved, utilized, and prevented from exploitation. A key strategy found among the recognized tools in the marine resources management is a spatial planning methodology by which the government of the FSM has launched and developed the Blue Prosperity Micronesia initiative, which essentially encompasses the key element of marine spatial planning, basically to provide informed decision with respect to allocation of resources, design usage, and other conservation strategies. The presence of Blue Prosperity Micronesia, especially in the state of Kosrae, has been eminently felt by the leadership and people of Kosrae through successful participation in the Ocean Survey or Ocean Use Survey, formation of the Kosrae MSP Working Group, and relevant meetings and workshops. Finally, we are proud to report that as recently as last week, PPM has officially launched the beginning of its island hop expedition throughout the FSM states, where they will be embarked on a groundbreaking scientific expedition to study the FSM marine environments to benefit the nation's current and future generations. The expedition team will visit all 4 states to conduct a nationwide assessment of FSM waters. Needless to say, the state of Kosrae strongly supports this project and is very optimistic to the positive potential that will hopefully come as a result of this assessment. To close out my remark, I would also like to join the others in expressing our sentiments and humble appreciations on behalf of the Kosrae State Delegation to our brothers and sisters from the Chuuk State Legislature, inclusive of both houses of Senate and Representatives, for their warm welcome and great hospitality. Thank you for accepting to host APIL 40 General Assembly this time around. Please join me in giving our host a big round of applause. Kulo, Kalangan, Kamagar, Krisu Sabur, Sichus Maze, Komoldala, Sulang, Kamrabao, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Andrew, for a very good country report. We are very honored and privileged in having our very own speaker, the Honorable Yamaguchi from the state of Pohnpei, to represent Pohnpei in presenting his country report. Let's welcome Speaker Yamaguchi.
Thank you, President Stephens. My respect to you, Vice President, your colleagues, officers, members of the APIL. President, please allow me to say our salutation, joining the other members. My respect to the traditional leaders of this land. Respect to Bishop Angkel, church leaders, government leaders, Governor Narun, my friend Speaker Mersai, President of Senate, President Tony, members of both houses, officers of the Chuuk state government. I would be remiss not to also mention the presence of Her Excellency, U.S. Ambassador Jennifer Johnson, Member Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, presenters, members, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President and my fellow speakers, legislatures, parliaments, on behalf of the Pohnpei delegation to this 40th General Assembly of the Association of the Pacific Island Legislatures, we bring with us our sincere kasalalia and best wishes for a successful meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the members of the Pohnpei delegation. Of course, our Vice Speaker, who is the member of the APIL, Makari Mikel. Please stand. Also with us today is a member of APIL, Senator Mitaro Simina. Please stand. Along with them is Senator Ricky Carl, also with us is Senator Wilfred Edmund, Senator Dagger Daniel, and of course our former APIL, the 39th President, Senator Shelton Nett. Along with us is our Secretariat, Ms. Selbeli Atley. And of course, with her is her two assistants, Mr. Norman and Mr. Latore. Mr. President, our delegation would like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the efforts of your office and that of the members and staff of the Chuuk State Legislature in making this assembly a reality. Thank you from the very depths of our hearts. The theme of this year's assembly is a subject that is near and dear to each and every one of us here today. The fate of the next phases of our compact of free association for the Marshalls, for the FSM, and for Palau are now with the Congress of the United States of America. Regional security is at the heart of these treaties, and the committees of the U.S. Congress are in the midst of probing into the complexity of our relationship with that superpower, especially in the context of their authority over what has become known as strategic denial over our islands and our seas. Climate change has been a hot topic for the APIL for over a decade now. When we have convened our assemblies and board meetings in the atoll countries of Kiribati and the Marshall Islands, we have witnessed firsthand destructive forces of sea rises. That is very alarming. But in the highlands of the APIL Pacific, we are also confronting the severe challenges of extreme weather that range all the way from persistent droughts to super typhoons. About 10 years ago, a new concept was introduced into Pohnpei legislature known as safe haven. While this concept was initially designed as a legislative tool to find places of refuge for the atoll islands of our state seeking relief from rising seas, the concept has grown to include all aspects of struggles to combat the ravages of global warming. The Pohnpei legislature has recently enacted a comprehensive global warming act which seeks to first plan for and then put into place mechanisms that will both combat and adapt to the challenges of climate change. Pacific security depends on regional security, which in turn depends on island security. That ultimately depends on family security. For all those problems, we must find a safe haven. Mr. President, please allow me to conclude this remark with something like a poem, perhaps a poem more like a prayer, that we as legislators have been receiving from the many, many families we have been chosen to serve. Envision one of our youngest supporters looked up at us and pleading, "There are times when I feel as lost as I can be, adrift on the current of an endless sea. Then, just in time, you are there to rescue me, to give me safe haven. Where shall I forever be free?" My fellow delegates, the prayers has been offered up to us by our people. Are we, in like manner, up to the challenges? Piliso Jabur. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Speaker Yamaguchi, for your remarks. It is very compelling that we continue to recognize the presence of the Honorable Rear Admiral and his envoy, whoever they are with him. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. Our next presenter is our fellow brother from the state of Yap, Terrence, Representative Terrence, delegate from the state of Yap. It's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Rananim Tirawabi Berisid. On behalf of my colleague and our staff and the 11th Legislature of the state of Yap, we wish to offer our respects and thanks to the Honorable Governor of Chuuk State, Alex Naroon, the Acting Governor, Jonas Paul, presiding heads of Chuuk Legislature, the Honorable President Kony, and the Honorable Speaker Mersai, the dignitaries of the state of Chuuk present this morning, the other APIL delegates and staff, and you, Honorable President Nelson Stephen. I apologize if I missed anyone, as this is my first representing the Speaker of Yap. And most especially as both of us, Senator Vamong and I, are freshman senators. We're not too familiar with this forum, but I'm sure we will get along just fine. Mr. President, the state of Yap has very little to present since the last APIL Board of Directors meeting in Kosrae. However, we are happy to report on a few key points. We have passed the legislation to raise the public sector minimum wage, to which is scheduled to go into full implementation by June of next year. As the technical changes required being worked on currently. We are hopeful that this would help the state respond to the lack of human resources crisis that Yap is currently facing. With the passing of the constitutional amendments in the Constitution of the FSM, Yap stands to receive a small additional to our resources to also help in plans to raise wages and assist in community projects and the private sector. We are continuing to assist where we can for our private sector to improve on our communication infrastructure with the expansion to include all the outer islands. Perhaps this would be a future opportunity to our nearby sister states and island regions within the region. While the on-hold status of the Third Amendment Compact is impacting the state of Yap, we are making efforts to ensure our people are taken care of in these uncertain times. And I am sure this has impacted the other states and islands similarly. Mr. President, I am happy to go on with the news of Yap, but as mere green observers in this 40th General Assembly of APIL, the delegation of Yap is here to witness and learn from this august body as primary part of our participation. I thank you for the opportunity, and Senator Vamong and I look forward to meeting with everyone here, sharing with other participants, and taking away new ideas to help us report to the legislature and consider for the state of Yap. So I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, all the delegates present. Kamgar, Kriso Chapo.
Thank you very much, Senator Terrence, delegate from the state of Yap, for your remarks. Our next presenter or speaker is our one and only Vice Speaker from the Republic Territory of Guam, the Honorable Tina Muna Barnes.
Thank you. Si Jules Masi. Manana si Jules, Buenas and half a day, and Rananim. First, I must express my sincere gratitude to our gracious hosts who have welcomed us with open arms to this beautiful island of Chuuk, and I am honored to be here with all of you today. Joining me with the Guam delegation is Member Secretariat and Chief of Staff to my office, Mr. Sharak Bawani. And Legislative Assistant to the Vice Speaker's office, who also has the heart of several island nations here, Pohnpei, Chuuk, and CNMI. I want to welcome Ivan Blanco, the son of the late APIL member. For those who don't know me, I am Tina Rose Munya Barnes, the Vice Speaker of the 37th Guam Legislature and Chairperson of the Legislative Committee on Regional and Foreign Affairs. I am here to share with you matters of great importance that concerns not only Guam, but our entire Blue Continent. In our last gathering, we discussed key issues, and today I will provide updates on the progress Guam has made. Earlier this year, Guam was destructed by Typhoon Marwar, leaving many of our innocent people without homes, water, and power. Yet, our island has shown resilience, quickly recovering thanks to the support of many, including the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation and Pohnpei Utilities Corporation. So on behalf of the people of Guam, Ondonklu na si Jules Masi, we thank all of you for extending your helping hands during our time of need. Mr. President, in our last general meeting, I shared the work done to establish a transshipment task force. And since the task force was established, we have identified steps in studying the viability of expanding our port capabilities while reviewing federal regulations to ensure we remain in compliance. Through this initiative, we are exploring the potential to manufacture essential goods, as this endeavor not only creates crucial manufacturing jobs, but also creates new industries while reducing the cost of goods for all of us. I hope that our study to make Guam a transshipment hub will enhance our efficiency of transporting goods across our Blue Continent, benefiting us all. Now more than ever, cybersecurity is a global emergency. Mr. President, every 11 seconds, an organization is hit by a ransomware attack. This year alone, Guam has faced multiple attacks affecting our university, hospital, and critical infrastructures. And after these attacks, we are in the process of trying to increase awareness to safeguard our systems. To this extent, just this morning at breakfast, working closely with U.S. Homeland Security, I led a coalition of 7 bipartisan senators and introduced Bill number 190-37 to create the Marianas Cybersecurity Working Group. This issue demands more emphasis on what each of us can do to make our infrastructure more resilient. And earlier this year, Mr. President, the U.S. Natural Resources Committee held a field hearing and visited Guam, where I had the privilege to testify. I emphasized the urgent need for increased U.S. involvement and support in our region. And to mitigate disasters, combat illegal fishing, and address potential threats, we require a stronger U.S. presence, more resources, and collaborative efforts in our Blue Continent. During this meeting, I am grateful that we have Admiral Gregory Hoffman, and Joint Region Marianas, and Captain Nick Simmons from the Coast Guard Sector Guam, who will share their perspective on how we can better protect our islands. Colleagues, take my word for it when I say these 2 gentlemen are sincere in their commitment in protecting our region. I know firsthand the work they put in, and as it relates to the invaluable support they have provided to my office and our region. My brothers and sisters, these issues are not just about Guam. They concern our entire region and its future. I must say we must all work together regardless of political affiliations or borders to address these challenges. Our commitment to resilience, progress, and security is unwavering. Along with my fellow APIL colleague from the beautiful Republic of the Marshall Islands, Senator Kailani Kaneko, we have both been tapped by the Secretary of the United States Department of Veterans Affairs to serve on his advisory committee on the United States outlying areas and freely associated states to ensure that our sons and daughters who serve be given the critical services they need when they come home. As the wife of a late Air Force veteran, I know the struggles that our people face, and I hope to be able to serve our blue continent by ensuring that our heroes get the care they sacrificed for. I have recently been in discussions with the leadership of the University of Guam, President Anita Enriquez, and Dean Roseanne Jones from the School of Business and Public Administration, and I would like to share that they are exploring how they can better serve our region. I think starting at the academic level, just as we share ideas and dialogue here, our children can mutually benefit from one another if we give them the platform to collaborate. And Mr. President, over the last few years, the University of Guam has made strides in developing programs within our region in mind, preparing graduates with the skills they need to serve their communities across this blue continent. This includes training and education for public servants, working in the marine research, the health sciences, addressing food security through agriculture, and people with disabilities. Let us join hands as we work together to ensure a prosperous and secure future for all our islands of our blue continent, and together we will continue to make a difference. So on behalf of our people of Guam and of course the 37th Guam Legislature, undunkulo na si Zeus Masi Hamzu Todos, Jan Sainamasi.
Thank you very much, Vice Speaker Tina, for your remarks. Our next speaker is our friend from the Republic of Kiribati. Your turn.
President of the Fourth General Assembly of the APIL, APIL officers, board members of the APIL, head of APIL 40th General Assembly delegations, fellow APIL delegate members, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. Let me introduce members of my delegation. Please raise your hand if I call your name. A Member of Parliament's Honourable England Yuda, Honourable Desi Lambert, and our support staff, Deputy Clerk Kakiata Skatake. It is with great honor and privilege that I express on behalf of the Kiribati delegation our appreciation and gratitude to the host of the APIL's 40th General Assembly, the Chuuk Legislature, for inviting us all and for the warm welcome when we first arrived in this beautiful island of Chuuk. Thank you very much. distinguished delegates, Kiribati is a small island nation in the Central Pacific Ocean and composed of 33 atolls and reef islands scattered across a vast of ocean. Despite its small size and remoteness, Kiribati is a place of great importance and vibrant culture with a population of over 110,000 people. Our people are heavily reliant on the ocean for their livelihoods. Fishing, subsistence, agriculture, and copra production are the main economic activities. Fisheries in particular are a vital source of income and food for our people. We have faced significant challenges related to regional security and climate change. However, many small island nations, Kiribati is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including sea level rise, ocean acidification, and coral bleaching. These events directly affect the marine resources and the people lives that depend on them. As such, the government of Kiribati has made the protection and sustainable management of the marine ecosystem as a top priority. Kiribati has faced a range of security challenges, including marine security, illegal fishing, and transnational crime. These challenges are compounded by the effects of climate change, which strengthen the security of the national coastal communities. To address these challenges, Kiribati has invested in its marine surveillance capabilities, including monitoring and its exclusive economic zone for illegal fishing and potential security threats. Kiribati also played an active role in the regional security initiatives such as the Pacific Island Forum and the Pacific Maritime Security Program. Climate change. Kiribati is particularly vulnerable for the effects of climate change, including rising sea levels, coastal erosion, and increased frequency of extreme weather events. These impacts threaten the livelihoods and well-being of Kiribati's coastal communities as well as its infrastructure and economy. To address these challenges, Kiribati has developed a national framework for climate change and disaster risk management. This framework outlines a range of strategies for adapting the impacts of climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Kiribati is also investing in renewable energy systems such as solar and wind power to reduce reliance on fossil fuel. Disaster risk management, particularly in the context of Kiribati and impact of climate change and disaster. Over the years, climate change's impacts and has been evident, and it could be and seen by the frequency and intensity of disaster compared to the past years. Kiribati has and continues to be impacted by disaster and climate change. Impacts such as the recent drought crisis were upon the advice of the National Drought Committee and approved by cabinets. A disaster proclamation on droughts was released due to the prolonged below normal rainfall for the island of Kiribati and high salinity readings observed on the Pohnpei water reserve. Storm surge and king tides that continue to affect and threaten the livelihoods of the communities and Kiribati, considering that the majority of the communities live on the coast. The challenges, the complication relating to financing, preparation responses and responses to disaster events, particularly to in scattered islands of the Gilbert Group. The absence of risk transfer mechanisms such as risk insurance has resulted in the food flood requests for assistance processed under the National Disaster Resilience Fund project each year. Communicating analyzed early warning messages to our local rural communities because of the geographic and dispersed nature of our islands. Increase in population and urbanization and have created pressure on environment, resources, and land, especially on South Taro. Coastal protection issues, which have greatly increased with community requiring urgent support and assistance. Strengthening Pacific security and livelihoods. To strengthen regional security and livelihoods in Kiribati, continued investment in sustainable development and regional cooperation is needed. This may involve investing in infrastructure and education programs to support sustainable development and enhance livelihoods. Strengthening regional partnership to share knowledge and resources related to climate change, adaptation and reduction strategies. Investing in renewable energy system to reduce Kiribati's reliance on fossil fuels and enhance energy and food security. Developing innovative solutions to address transnational security threats, including illegal fishing and cybercrime. In conclusion, Kiribati is small and remarkable place with a vibrant culture and strong connection to ocean. The people of Kiribati depend on marine resources for their livelihoods, and the protection of these resources is essential for their survival. As we continue to navigate the complexities of climate change, it is imperative that we take action to safeguard the health and sustainability of ocean ecosystem for future generations. To address challenges that we are facing, Kiribati needs to continue its investments in sustainable development and regional cooperation. Strengthening regional security and enhancing livelihood is essential to protect the well-being of the Kiribati people and ensure the sustainability of nations, economy, and environments. There are also assistance rendered from FFA and remote vessel monitoring platform, and the ongoing support from the Quad partners, Australia, New Zealand, United States, and France in patrolling Pacific Islands, including Kiribati. We are deeply grateful for the ongoing support that we have received from development partners and for the ongoing sharing of common issues, challenges which is the main goal for this gathering is to seek to figure out the toughest challenges confronting legislatures today and provide a unique environment to enable us all to build strong legislative network together and for all. Chairman, President, with those few remarks, may I conclude my presentation by thanking everyone for your attention. I would also like to thank the Chuuk FSM legislature for being able to successfully host the 40th General Assembly for this year. Our traditional blessings of the Maori, meaning health, the Roi, meaning peace, or the Tapamoa, meaning prosperity, be upon us all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much. That's the Syrian voice of Delegate Tahoba Kayea, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much. Sorry for not mentioning your names at first. I tried to pronounce it well, but you're already on. Thank you. Another round of applause to the delegate. Okay, our next speaker, a familiar voice and face, our brother, one and only speaker, the Honorable Kenneth Keddy of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, Nidijila. Welcome home, Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Sabur, kamulo na niya ganinin gile yoro kabawle barmijin mayelo awain. Thank you again, Mr. President. I don't have any written statement, but I will speak my mind and my heart today. Such an important topic to discuss. It's the very livelihood of our people and the future of our children and grandchildren. Either do it right or we will be doomed if we don't. It's that simple. So, and I'm glad that APIL president and the officers have adopted this theme, as I have suggested during our last meeting. I think it's about time that we look at the regional security issues of our respective island nations. Our islands are our home. There is no other place. We may go to Arkansas every now and then and maybe stay there for a couple of years, or Hawaii or other places, but we eventually come back home. These are our own. This is how important this topic is. But let me first, if I go above and behind my time, President Nelson, just stop me anytime. I do that in my parliament. I will understand. But I'd like to recognize our leadership here. Special recognition to my colleague, Lester, Honorable Speaker, Marseille. Thank you for hosting us. Let's give him a round of applause. And the rest of the leadership here. Last time we were here, if I'm not mistaken, I was in 2016. That's when I was at the helm of the leadership of the APIL. And Chuuk was absent for quite some time from the organization. So the only way to get them back in was to come and visit them to get them back in. So I'm glad that we are back here a few years after. Not only back here, but we brought in the baby of APIL to be here as well, Pacific Island Development Bank, which I am also a chairman of the Board of Governors. They're meeting actually in the next door. I had to skip out to go and make an open remark on our behalf and then come back in. Let me introduce my delegation. Aside from me, if I may ask that the member of the delegation raise their hand. That's also me. I'm by myself in this trip, and my staff here, Colin. So, Chairman Kalani Kanego wasn't able to make it. Who's also the chairman of the Veterans Affairs, as stated by my beautiful Vice Speaker, or Vice Speaker from Guam. He's been appointed by the Secretary of Foreign Affairs to lead the regional Foreign Affairs returning warriors in trying to assist them with their needs. It's one of the discussions I had when I was in Washington, D.C. last year. So I want to officially congratulate him among all ourselves here, Chairman Kalani Kanego, for that appointment. But I'll briefly report on Marshall Islands, what we've done in the last session. We've adopted close to 30 legislations, and I'm not going to get into detail of any of them. I'll just highlight a couple that I think are important for us to at least look at and consider. Aside from our MOU with the United States government, that's the framework for the Compact 3 subsidiary agreement and eventually the Compact document itself. We've adopted that a couple of weeks back. We also have laws like e-cigarette prohibition. It's becoming a problem for our young kids in the Marshall Islands. without the law and any regulations. We just went completely berserk and just prohibited for the time being. And so that's prohibited. And few other legislations, the digital age of autonomous organization, we've also adopted those, and a few others. But I think I like to focus more on our theme. And as my very capable, young, and handsome Lester, you're listening, I just call you handsome. Our speaker. The key word in this theme is to strengthen. When I first joined the APIL in CNMI a few years back, about 2014 or 15, if my recollection is correct as well, the Marshallese phrase that I used at that time is still relevant today and will be relevant throughout the many years ahead of us. Drijo imugoch. Dri literally means bone, meaning people. Jo is to uproot a big, huge tree to make it fall. Ugoch is to make it fall. And as islanders, we know what trees are, big trees are for. To then build a canoe that's supposed to go out to other islands to bring in crops or whatever the village may need to sustain ourselves. And we've done that for 1,000 years. And that's what islanders, and that's what we do and we have been doing. And we continue to do that in a lot of aspects. It may not be a canoe, it might be the United Airlines now, or it might be the cruise ship or other shipping agency, but we still do that. Living resiliency, in our own very excluded and fast, distant islands from bigger countries, but nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's about us as islanders surviving. We continue to do that even today. In terms of security, as my very able honorable speaker from Pohnpei State mentioned, especially in the FAA states, we have given the United States what we call a strategic denial rights, which means they have control of our water, the air, basically the rest of our island nations for defense purposes. What does that mean to us? And how valuable is that to us? What is it worth today? Is it billions of dollars? During one of the hearings in Washington, D.C., one of the retired colonel tried to put a number there, and he couldn't really put a number, but he says roughly around $100 billion. But that's a low number. So from Hawaii all the way to Samoa, and then from Samoa to Kiribati, Nauru, from Nauru, Kiribati, RMI, back to Guam, all of FSM, of course, on the way, and then Palau. That's a fast water. That's a big area. That's all of us in here. That's why we refer to ourselves, and we coined this term, and somebody else tried to kind of copyright it. We should file a complaint against them. Blue continent was coined here in our APIL a few years back, because that's literally what it is. We have the 8th continent, that is the blue continent, that's us. And this is how important we are in terms of security, stability, and the future of, if you want to go as far as the rest of the world, this is a very, very important region. So let me fine-tune it a little bit and focus more on Kwajalein Atoll. It's considered to be a prime asset of the U.S. Armed Forces. That's another key island to the regional security. And then this right that we've given in the strategic denial right has no end to it. When we look at the economic package that we have dealt with the United States, it has an end to it and is limited. So when we, in our country back in the Marshall Islands, and I think it's very much similar to the rest of us here, when we say friends, we mean friends. Even so special that even our very own blood brothers and sisters, they become not as important as our friends. This is how we consider the relationship between the United States and our region, especially the FAA states. We call them as friends and family members. That's why we basically have given our sovereignty. This is a sovereignty issue. When you give the strategic denial right, your air and the sea, the very limited land that you have is given out for that defense. That should let our friends in the DC know what we mean by friendship. Unfortunately, sometimes we feel like we've been taken for granted. I was in Washington, D.C. last summer, and then a couple months ago, testifying before the U.S. Congress. It reminded them of the shared sacrifices that we've made with the United States and continue to make today. So during the World War II, the U.S. armed forces easily captured this region because we play along with them and showing where the hideouts of the Japanese military were, so they can easily conquer our region. Bloody battle. Even some of our elders in the Marshall Islands were beheaded because of that effort and suffered greatly because of that effort. So when we say we're friends, I mean, I don't know how else you want to explain how committed we are. The highest per capita enrollment in the military armed forces today are from our region, over the 50 states. That's another great commitment. So, in our case in the Marshall Islands, we're still continuing to negotiate with the U.S. We concluded as I stated earlier, we've adopted our MOU, the framework of what we want to accomplish in the Compact 3, and we just completed our subsidiary agreement in Hawaii. It's yet to come to the Parliament for ratification. It's the last leg of the battle. But what I believe, and I'm glad that our military personnel are here before us here and with us. I know they cannot lobby their Congress, but at least share good words here and there about this special and unique friendship that we have. One of the setbacks for Marshall Islands is the nuclear legacy issue. 67 bomb tested in the Marshall Islands, and now Guam, and I've supported our resolution here. You and I initiate the resolution to ensure that that resolution is adopted by the August body, to consider Guam as a downwinder of the fallout, because we have evidence, and it is, and they are. Lack of funding, adequate funding to this issue, it's a eyesore in this relationship. And I want to go on record in saying that, because that's what it is. Are we going to run away from this relationship? No, we are here to stay. We are here to stay. But we ask that our friend at least stop looking away from us. Every time we try to look at them, we see only the back of the head. This time we'd like to see them face to face to discuss the issue, meaning let's not continue to discuss it, but let's resolve this issue once and for all. So let me try to link that with climate change. So climate change, no one in this room will deny that it's an imminent threat for all of us, especially low island like Kiribati, myself, and the rest of us. Eventually what happened in low island 6 feet above the water, Marshall Island, will also happen in Pohnpei, Chuuk, Palau, Yap, Guam, rest of us, Saipan, Samoa, Hawaii, you name it, Kosrae, and we are seeing it happening already. But if we don't work together as unit, as body, and try to let the world know that this is an imminent threat for us, it's the very livelihood of our island nations and the future of our children and grandchildren, then we will head toward what is projected to be a doomsday when we will be underwater. Marshall Islands got a runic doom where all the nuclear waste in the Marshall Islands were buried, and we just learned later that they also brought in from Nevada test site and also buried them there. I don't want to alarm any of you, but it's leaking. And with the rise of tide, it's probably going to go in different directions according to the current. So that's a major issue for us. So what is our role? And how do we want to approach all of this? If we work as a unit and approach our partner, especially the United States government, I think it'll be a great voice if we say, look, this is a climate change issue. It's a life and death sentence for us. Work with us to do some mitigation, adaptation. Because saving Kwajalein is basically saving the U.S. defense. Let Kwajalein go, and then the premier site of missile nuclear defense site will go under as well. So, as a body and leaders in the region, and this is our home, we're not going anywhere. And we're not going anywhere with the relationship with the U.S. either, and our other diplomatic partners. I think we should stick together even more than ever to let our bigger partner know that we're here. There are actually islands in this region, not only water, and actually a lot of people also that care for their island and their culture. So I want to congratulate again you, President, and rest of the leadership. Welcome aboard, colleague from Saipan. We now have a full crew for the canoe to continue to venture the water ahead of us. So congratulations to all of us again. Komol.
Thank you, Speaker Kitty, for a very impressive presentation and a speech already for everyone here. We're falling asleep. I guess another round of applause for our only speaker. Another very, very valuable speaker. Next speaker is our brother from the Republic of Palau, the Honorable Sebastian Marino, pioneer in APIL. Welcome home, Sebastian Marino. It's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Vice President. Welcome to the APIL canoe again. Let me just give you a little bit of greetings from the very far south in the island in the Republic of Palau. We just want to take this opportunity to thank the government and the government of the Federal States of Micronesia and government of state of Chuuk for such a wonderful host and welcoming since we arrived here on the shore of this wonderful island. Looking at the theme of this 40th General Assembly, before coming to Chuuk, I kind of really trying to break it down because, of course, as have been said, the touchy part of this one is strengthening, but the security itself, of course, climate change, we all know what that really means. We see it every day. The security itself has to be broken down into several ways in which all of those ways has a regional collaborative components of it. Looking at it from the economic security, looking at it from the food security, looking at it from the health security. You know, we can all break this down into several aspects of our security, not just the physical security of each individual, the islands, or the region, but the human security aspect of this still needs to be broken down, and there is a real component in which, as a region, we can undertake it and benefits the people of the Pacific Island region. You know, looking at economic security, and it hits me very hard because most of our young generation from Palau have left to U.S. for economic reason. The job opportunity in the United States is so attractive that most of our young generations have left for that opportunity. We're facing that decline in our population. So there goes the security. Looking at the food security in light of the climate change that we have faced. Of course, and the global pressure with cash economy has played a role in our society. Mom and dad are busy working every day to earn money. Where's the garden? Where's the farm? Where's the fishing? It's so enlightening for me to drive down on the street on this beautiful island to see people selling fish on the side of the road. I rarely see that back in my home place because people are busy working. So cash economy has played its role in which food security become an issue. The health security is also another issue that we have to face because most of what we consume as an islanders are imported food. We have left and disregard or ignore the very healthy, part of our diet, homegrown food. So these are some of the security issues that we're looking at it as a Palauan and see in which way can we tackle these to improve our security as a whole, not in part. So it's so touchy when I hear Speaker Katie talk about e-cigarette have been banned in the Marshall. Yes, Palau did the same. So we're also looking at it as a health issue. So e-cigarette has been banned in Palau. My report for this body, as I'm speaking today, is just a sum up of what my whole comprehensive report is. I'm sending that to our secretariat. So hopefully the written report and what have been said on this floor would be able to be uploaded onto APIL website for each and every one of us to learn from each other. Because as a region, if we want to collaborate and strengthen our region, whether security, whether climate change issue and others, collaboration is the main theme. If we collaborate and come up with a comprehensive, united Pacific approach, then we can call us as Pacific Islanders with one vision, or otherwise, there'll be many visions. So the Republic of Palau will continue progress toward our regional goal. As associate of the Pacific Island Legislature, we have to, of course, work on strengthening our health, sustainable blue economy. In the past of years, of course, Palau have signed a compact of free association with the United States. But under this compact, there is a new component that we made sure that it's in there. It's climate change. So with this groundbreaking addition, step toward environmental justice for small island developing states, countries in the Pacific are placed in a very, as we all know, we are all impacted by only the major polluters of our climate. So the impact is here in the Pacific. We are not even part of the top 10 polluters or the top 5 polluters. So putting the climate change as a part of the compact, putting the responsibility to those who are responsible for our impacts here. So in our new compact, there are several $1 million allocated toward compact impact for Palau. So these are some of the approaches that we are taking in terms of how we take this to that level of responsibility. So we can make sure that our security as an islanders and as a region is continued to be fostered. In relate to what has been discussed, and there was a resolution that was passed during our General Assembly in Pohnpei, last General Assembly in Pohnpei, that was in regards to the Blue Prosperity Micronesia, which a component of it is the MSP, the Marine Spatial Planning. Since then, Palau passed a law mandating the government to undertake marine spatial planning as a part of our strategy toward looking at our 80% conservation area. In which way can we manage it successfully as we look at it through the MSP process? But let me just say this. Fortunately, we have someone from Palau who is here with us. And I haven't introduced our delegation, but I will, who is a member of the executive committee on the MSP process. And if you have any question, direct it to him, Senator Umi-Sangbaw, who's sitting behind me. He's a member, so he has all the wealth and knowledge about MSP. Don't ask me, because I'm just reporting it and he will answer it. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because it is a process that we have identified as a region, and it's a process that Palau believe it should be undertaken, and we took steps to do it. So MSP process is undertaken in Palau now, looking at it by end of the year. Hopefully we can come up with a comprehensive report in which we will guide our legislative process toward implementing the MSP and fully looking at our EEZ as a whole and manage it in a way that will be 100% managed area. So as I was talking about looking at the approach in strengthening in the Pacific Island security, I've said this before in the previous APIL session. Of course, Honorable Speaker Katie may have heard this. I've participated in the South, and I'm participating in the North. So I'm trying to unify the Pacific as a whole. Being part of the PIPG, the Pacific Island Parliamentary Group from the South, and I'm the only North that has participated, along with Hawaii. And I hope that I'll bring the North to join the South. So you can accompany me to join the South. And by that, we'll be hosting it in Palau next year, August. So PIPG, which is the Pacific Island Parliamentary Group from the South, will be meeting in Palau next year, August, as planned. We're planning to do that, and we hope it'll be materialized, and we're working on it. And by that, there will be a resolution coming out a little later, but I just want to, in advance, invites every member of the APIL to join. It's open. If you can look at it, if you want to review it, go on to the website and check it out. Or otherwise, if you need specific information, you can connect me through our secretariat, and I'll provide some of the information. I think secretariat may have quite good information on that, and you can look at it. And if you're interested, as a country, as a legislative body, you can, get a step into the door and see if something we can participate as a region. I am just thrilled that as North Pacific, we've thrived through APIL path, and the way in which we have taken APIL, approach. It has been a fruitful organization, and the South are learning from it. And if we kind of collaborate, we will be a good example for the South to learn from. So, because knowledge always comes from the North. Having said that, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everyone. Before I go, let me take this opportunity to introduce my colleague behind me. And they're not going to stand up nor dance, but they're just going to identify themselves. Here with me is our Senate President and Chairman of the Committee on Energy, Vice President of the Senate, and Chairman of the Committee on Energy, Public Utility and Telecommunication, Mr. Ray Mario. Along with me as well is Senator and Chairman of the Committee on Tourism, Environment, and Maritime, Senator Umi Sangabao, right here. And with that, he's the expert on MSP Palau, and if you want to know more about what he has been doing, meet him somewhere and talk to him, pick his head, and pick his brain. And along with us are our three staff, Joyce in the back, staff from the House, Beverly, right here, who's been known in the APIL group for a while, and Dilungil in the back, an alumni of Xavier High School. So for the Chuukese delegation, don't even say things about Palau because our translator is right in the back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, Delegate Sebastian Marino, for your remarks. Last but not the least, of the presenters is our new delegate from the state of Chuuk, representing the House of Representatives. As you know, there are two houses. So here we have with us the Honorable Representative Jesse Williams, Chairman of Ways and Means, here with us. Jesse, your floor.
Kiriso Chapur, Mr. President. Fiti enetin ai suvan mai venin uputiro fairo raparap Guam Chuuk State wan epun purun wara chariro Eison Sarun Betsidi Nefetirio. My respect and diro Mr. Nelson Stephen, President, APIL. Mr. Edmund Fila Gomez, Vice President. Ms. Tessie Lamporn, Secretary. Mr. Victor Pamak, Treasurer. Head of Delegations, all delegates, members, all board,
APIL board members, and all presenters. Greetings from our people and our beautiful islands of Chuuk, Raranim. I, Petawan Jesse M. William, a new APIL member. I want to introduce my good colleague here, Honorable Senator Anchua Cheche Yamamoto, Chairman on Resources, and Development Committee. On behalf of the 17th Chuuk State Legislature and our handsome presiding officers, President Arno Kori and Speaker Lester T. Mersai, a warm welcome to each and every one of you today. I want to welcome you to this beautiful Chuuk State. It is very encouraging to see this auditorium filled with the members of the legislature and delegation from all across our blue Pacific region. It lifts our spirits to see our brothers and sisters come together today to share about the challenges that our islands face and to put our minds, voices, and hearts together in seeking solutions for the imminent issues for the betterment of our region. Mr. President, I would like to express a huge, big thank you to all of you who have made the effort to attend this year's assembly. I know that traveling all the way here, being away from your family, and taking time out of your busy schedule was not easy. Nonetheless, you are here and ready to take action. The seas bring us together. They do not separate us. Our islands sustain us. Our island nation enlarges us and makes us stronger. Again, I welcome you to our humble state. Hope your stay here with us will be a very pleasant one. With that, I would like to report on some of the many things that have been taking place in our state. With the COVID-19 being behind us, our borders have been reopened and our tourism is still slowly climbing. Now the diving spots have become alive again. Divers from all over the world have been enjoying our underwater museum. If you have not dove one of the wrecks, I strongly recommend you do. I promise you will not regret it. Despite the opening of our borders, our islands are still battling with the ever-increasing airfare by United. It is not only hurting individuals, but it affects, among others, technical skill exchange, training, knowledge sharing, trade, and many more. In short, it creates barriers and it discourages development, especially among our region. One of the many projects that was stalled during COVID is our very own vital coconut processing plant. This project is situated on the island of Toroas. Coconut is undeniably a resource that is abundant in our islands. By having this plant operational, exploration of coconut-made oil and products. This will become an important sector as part of our regional economies. Multiple infrastructures projects, such as dispensaries and schools, are in the midst of planning, renovations, and construction. It is worth mentioning that the FSM is fortunate that the labor ban that the Philippines imposed had been lifted, and we will see an influx of the skilled workers arriving in Chuuk. This will again produce the skilled labor and manpower that all the local construction companies need to move the projects forward. Lastly, Chuuk has enacted its Clear Air Act. This act not only ensures that the products which are imported into our state do not affect the environment, but we are aligning ourselves to the global issues contributed by the developed countries. As we know today, climate change is a real threat to our small island nations. Over the next few days, climate change will be one of our hot topics. With the new law, Chuuk is attempting to regulate emissions of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. We want to raise policies and concerns to get attention from the developed countries who are the main contributors of the greenhouse gases emissions. This legislation is still undergoing improvement to capture the needs of our islands and at the same time the global needs to protect our world. With this, I conclude my report on the status of Chuuk. Again, I welcome you and please feel at home. We hope that you enjoy your stay. Kamagar, Kalangan, Kulo, Komoltata, Korapa, Mesulang, Sicuus Masi, Olomai, Fakun Kirisocabur, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegate Jesse William, Between Jesse William, for a very concise, short, remarkable presentation. Thank you. That comes to the conclusion of the agenda of opening remarks. Lunch break is around the corner right now. So this chair can only order lunch break if it's okay with everyone else here. Any remarks from anybody before we head to lunch? Sebastian, your phone is on?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. No, okay. This lunch is hosted by our friends from the BIDB. Let's thank them and another round of applause. Okay, well done. Lunch break.
of Micronesia, their culture, history,
and sovereignty as outlined by the Constitution and the Compact of Free Association. So shifting over to security, security comes in many forms. Often the perspective of military focuses on raw power that enables warfighting and defense. But there are many other aspects of security that we also bring to bear in this era of competition. The primary security challenges in the theater include the People's Republic of China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Russia, violent extremist organizations, and environmental and global health. I'll start by focusing on the pacing threat for the Indo-Pacific Command, the PRC. The PRC is combining economic, diplomatic, military, and technological initiatives to increase its sphere of influence in the Indo-Pacific with the ultimate objective to revise global norms and remake the international order. The U.S. does not seek conflict with the PRC, but we will not be deterred from continuing to work with allies to maintain the international rules-based order and our shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. The United States is committed to seeking open lines of communication with the PRC, even when tensions arise. I'll move next to Russia. Russia's illegal, illegitimate war against the Ukraine is the most blatant example of its contravention of international law and norms. But Russia also poses another type of threat. Moscow's extensive cyber capabilities are well known and globally active. Advanced and emerging techniques are expected to expand Russia's ability to deceive, deny, and destroy networks and control systems. Cyber forces, things that we have already discussed this morning. In February 2022, Chairman Xi and President Putin announced a no-limits strategic partnership rooted in a common opposition to democratic systems. This alliance, while not necessarily robust, only serves to complicate and increase the threat to security throughout the Indo-Pacific. The final major threat to stability and security of this region that I'll highlight today is climate change, another topic that we've already discussed. In 2021, the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command established the Climate Change Impacts Program within the Center for Excellence for Disaster Management to better understand the threats, increase resilience, reduce fragility, and increase stability throughout the region by developing and undertaking projects of mutual interest to enhance climate resilience. As the global climate continues to change, it is imperative that we prioritize hardening our infrastructure across the board. Shifting to the primary means to achieve our priority security objective of maintaining peace and stability in the region is to employ military capabilities to achieve deterrence. As articulated in the 2022 National Defense Strategy, we will defend the nation by delivering integrated deterrence to the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific Command approach to integrated deterrence is termed Seize the Initiative, a strategy that employs a joint force that thinks, acts, and operates differently to convince our adversaries that they cannot achieve their objectives in the region by force. This strategy is broadly supported through the 2021 congressional establishment of the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, a means of transparently apportioning funding to counter threats in the region. To do this, we are increasing our military presence by deploying our military power, ensuring that we are postured to deter those who would challenge the rule of law. In partnership with the U.S. Coast Guard and our regional allies, we seek to enforce security in economic exclusive zones against illegal activities and threats. Presence is also readily visible in our expanding multinational exercises throughout our extensive training areas. More training events are inclusive of the CNMI, FSM, and Palau to ensure that our service members are familiar and ready to operate throughout this region. This is a foundational part of the DoD commitment to the Pacific Islands. We're also actively investing in cutting-edge technological capabilities for our military right now to maintain deterrence well into the future. Our presence here and the relationships we are actively building upon is one vital key to the stability of the entire Indo-Pacific. Our ability to operate throughout the region is thanks to many years of collaboration with our friends and partners. As I mentioned earlier, providing for security takes on many other forms outside of traditional warfighting capabilities. As we meet today, the USNS Mercy is underway and en route to the Blue Continent as the cornerstone of Pacific Partnership. The ship and her extensive medical capabilities will be making multiple stops to provide medical care throughout the region. Other examples of initiatives that bolster regional security include our Oceania Maritime Security Initiative patrols that enforce fishing and other laws, the Koa Moana program operated by the U.S. Marine Corps that brings small unit construction and repair capabilities to the remote islands, and our Civic Action Team based in Palau. There are also events like Operation Christmas Drop, where participating nations have an opportunity to provide needed assistance to remote populations while also offering the ability to maintain preparedness for real-world emergencies. I'd also like to highlight one specific instance of our commitment and intent to bolster security across the spectrum. Partnering with the Azuda Foundation, the crew of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Oliver Henry transported more than 4,500 pounds of supplies generously donated by businesses and community members in Guam for future transport to the remote islands in Ulithi and Wolai. Donated supplies included educational material, clothing, kitchenware, fishing gear, toys, shelf-stable meals, interior paint, marine-grade orange paint, marine fiberglass kits, and water pumps. And water pumps were specifically requested to divert standing water from the airfield at Falalap Island, Wolai, to nearby taro fields to facilitate uninterrupted flight services from mainland Yap. This is just an indication of some of the security initiatives that we're able to address outside of our normal Defense Department charters. As the region's security environment continues to evolve, it is important for us to strengthen our regional alliances to ensure that our combined deterrent is stronger than any challenge. We look forward to greater coordination between the U.S. and Palau, the FSM, and the Marshall Islands through the proposed establishment of regional security councils. As with our military training evolutions and exercises, these councils will serve to help our country's teams work closely together towards security alignment. As I close, I want to express my sincerest appreciation for your cooperation and service. The important work you do has the distinct ability to protect and defend our people's inalienable rights. Thank you again for the opportunity to share some of these thoughts today. And really what I'd like to do is continue the discussion from this morning, and I would welcome any questions that anybody has on any of these topics for regional security today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Admiral Hoffman. This time we'll allow questions, a few questions, if any. Delegates. This chair allows a few observers, if they wish to ask some questions. They may have some good questions, better than us, if any. I hope you don't mind that.
I don't mind at all, sir.
Yeah, questions?
I'm really honored to be here. Please, sir, yes.
Okay, Chair recognizes delegate from the Republic of Palau, Sebastian.
It's not a question, I mean a specific question regards to what has been said, but it's just a question in regards to your availability during this period of APIL meeting. Are you going to be around so that maybe along down the road we might come up with some question, but not at the moment, and then maybe we may be able to run into you and specifically ask for it.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So I'll be around through the rest of the afternoon, but then tomorrow, unfortunately, I have to fly back to Guam. But I am always available, sir, to answer questions in my role as that senior military official representing Admiral Aquilino in the Indo-Pacific Command. And so if anything comes up in the future, I'd be always willing to engage on that, sir.
Thank you. Marino? Chair recognizes Delegate Tina Barnes from Territory of Guam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Admiral Hoffman, I know this is probably going to be a catch-22 question, but in a Taiwan-China conflict, what do you see the role of the Blue Continent? I know it's a loaded question, but...
So I would say, ma'am, that our role in the Blue Continent is paramount to success. Our ability to operate in this region across the entire spectrum of islands is going to be critical to our ability to flow forces if there were to be any kind of conflict in Taiwan, between the PRC and Taiwan. And so that is a very vital aspect of what we are doing in terms of looking to set the posture of forces throughout the region, and also have the ability to operate freely across different islands and move our forces in that manner. Does that help get what you're after, ma'am?
Thank you.
It's absolutely critical, though. The Blue Continent is absolutely a critical piece of everything that would be going forward in this region.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Chair recognizes an observer. State your name, where you're from, what do you do?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. My name is Jude Ontalanjo Schneider. I am a member of the Senate, or the CNMI, by way of the island of Tinian. Some of you have met in previous past, and for those that are unaware of where I'm from, right now there is an ongoing construction project of U.S. Air Force divert field that's currently ongoing today. Also, we have an ongoing discussion on another EIS with regards to the CJMT, of which, for those that are not familiar, in 2015 there was an original proposal of which there is a pushback from the public, and as a result of that, the partners of DoD had narrowed that gap by working with the community of the CNMI, include Saipan, Tinian, and Luta, Northern Islands, to try and mitigate the initial plans, of which I'm very proud to share with our colleagues here that now we are moving forward with that, Admiral. So we appreciate that continued dialogue and the partnership, and we appreciate that you recognize that the CNMI is one of the most patriotic members of the political family, because of our number of our armed forces members in the U.S. Armed Forces. So my question, sir, is you mentioned in your speech about the Security Council. I heard you say FSM, Palau, but I didn't quite hear Guam and CNMI. Can I just get a clarification of that?
So yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. So that is something that has been proposed in recent NDAA language to explore establishing security councils with the COFA states specifically, and not addressing the Commonwealth or the territory of Guam. So that's the initiative that's out there right now, sir. It's in very early stages, and it's only laid out as an exploratory provision at this point. But that's what they're looking to do right now, Senator.
Thank you, Admiral. My second question is, it's a little bit more of an open-ended question, because simply as island nations, we often get, we don't have a choice but to import a lot of our goods and commodities, and even for services for that matter. Sometimes we export our patients to go get extra medical care. And for those that are unaware, we're in a situation right now in the CNMI where, because of post-pandemic, we're still trying to reopen our borders, our tourism industry, to try and attempt to get back to the pre-COVID level. But of course, that's a process. Yes, that's not going to take overnight, and we recognize that. But at the same time, we reach out to our partners with DoD to see if we can help navigate some of these challenges. And by way of the cost of fuel is exorbitant in our islands for obvious reasons. But I mention this because this is something that, it trickles down to every single individual in our community, whether you're a private citizens, elected official, and all that. So a lot of it is borne by the cost of fuel, then everything else follows, whether it's in the shelves, just to get services, insurance, and what have you. So I say this because this is something that we want to bring forth further, but I don't want to get much into details. I want to open a conversation with you, Admiral, and this is something that I'm going to be coming to your office to discuss further.
Okay.
I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Chuuk of Snyder. Any more questions? Chair recognizes my friend from the Republic of Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Tut. Okay.
Umi Sangabo, member of the Palau Senate. Thank you, Rear Admiral, for your presentation this afternoon. You had mentioned about, along with your defense strategic duties, you had mentioned about other things that the military is able to help with our countries. I would like to know what the process as far as getting those assistance, if you may elaborate on that. That would be my first question, and perhaps I'll ask the follow-up questions after.
Okay, great. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. So I think the best mechanism for addressing bringing additional military capabilities into the islands, especially the COFA states, is through the joint committee meetings, through the relationships that we already have existing with the governments of the COFA states, where we can then address issues and discuss ideas and potential abilities to bring additional capabilities into the islands. So that is the mechanism right now that would be the best format for bringing things forward. And in fact, I know in Palau we have the Joint Committee meeting coming up in the middle of November, and that will be a great opportunity to, again, bring things to the table and requests and desires for capabilities that then DoD and Indo-Pacific Command can then bring back and evaluate our capacity to support.
Thank you. And my second question would be, you mentioned the joint committee meeting. As members of the legislature for the respective countries, we often found ourselves not knowing some of the activities in terms of the build-up around the region. Is that information privy to the executive branch, and during those joint committee meetings is where you actually share some of those intelligence, some of those activities that you plan to do in the region? And how is that information can be shared with the members of the legislature? That, if you can, thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you again, Senator. I appreciate that. And I'm a firm believer in being open and transparent with information, especially when it comes to any projects or plans that are proposed for one of the COFA states especially, but also the territories in the Commonwealth. I think that's a very critical aspect of what we need to do from the DoD perspective. It goes back to something that was mentioned earlier this morning, and in my mind, that's the word respect. It's respecting the people who live in these islands to inform them about what plans are out there so they have the opportunity to gain an understanding and then provide any feedback to the Department of Defense before we move forward with a project. And that is one of the things that I have chartered my staff with ensuring they do across the board and on any project that's proposed, is that we do outreach to the community, ensure that we engage with leadership so that there's a good understanding at every level and that anyone's questions are being answered. So that's a fundamental aspect that I really believe in, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Singapore. Any more question? Kiribati. Chair recognizes the Republic of Kiribati. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, Mr. Sir, Admiral Hatchman. I heard from your presentation that out of your command from Guam, the extended jurisdiction stops at the NFSM, excluding the Marshall Islands, and especially Kiribati. We're just wondering, we know we are not at the part of the American administration. We're probably more British in a way, if everybody understands. But we tend to believe that we've been covered under the same umbrella, American umbrella, since World War II. And it seems that I'm quite curious to ask, because we tend to believe that that's part of our Quad partnership was still under the cover of the U.S. and Australian and New Zealand partners. If that's correct, but where do we fall in there? probably the western part of our country falls within the jurisdiction of Hawaii, I guess, more closer to Hawaii. And our region is more closer to our neighbors to the north. We tend to believe that we're moving up north. So it seems that we're out of jurisdiction now. We're covered under Guam or Honolulu, or just wish to understand if our understanding is still correct. We're still part of the U.S. protective cover, probably defensively and for protection of our economic exclusive zones. If you have you can just sort of enlighten this, if you have an understanding on that.
Yes, sir. So a big part of that, Senator, is my particular area of responsibility does not include Kiribati, and it does not include the Republic of the Marshall Islands at this time. There are discussions in place to potentially change that, but I also know that we have strong relations through the U.S. Coast Guard in agreements to enforce the EEZs for Kiribati, and I think Captain Simmons will be able to address that when he discusses his portion of security following my presentation, sir. But it's really right now a construct of how the U.S. Department of Defense has divided the command and control of the region, and they're looking to do some realignment in the near future.
Thank you. Senator England? Guam?
Thank
Chair
you very
recognizes
much.
Guam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On a follow-up, and just based on what Kiribati was saying, in addition to the war fighting capabilities, how can JRM, Joint Region, assist with cyber threats in the region? And would it be pertinent to collaborate on a cyber initiative as an entire APIL? And again, just thinking out loud here, how can we leverage the JRM's resources and capabilities? And as noted earlier, I know some members are independent nations here, so I'm really grateful that we have the Honorable Ambassador and State Department here. And so how can the military provide more educational training, awareness to our blue continent, and through, and maybe even through possibly working together with our local law enforcement to provide your training to our emergency and safety departments could be an idea in our blue continent. So again, thinking out loud, we bring questions, but we also bring some sort of solution to see how we can work together. And I'm really grateful that you guys are here, and of course our good ambassador is here also. So please help us with this.
No, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that question. I think fundamentally, everybody now has come to recognize that cyber is a global transnational problem. And it's not just affecting militaries, it's affecting all levels of economies and even down to private citizens. And so I think it's something that we need to address as a whole of government approach. And then from a DoD perspective, we bring to bear organizations that are outside of our joint region specifically, but we have good contact with places like U.S. Cyber Command, where they have teams that are able to come in and focus on infrastructure, focus on particular threats, and focus on vulnerabilities to harden what we have as they uncover potential vulnerabilities, and also to root out threats or intrusions that we've already discovered on systems. And as I mentioned before, everything is so inextricably linked that this is a vital part for all of us to get after. So that is something we're actively working with, I believe, across the board with DoD and Department of Homeland Security and other agencies in the U.S. federal government to bring those capabilities to the region and partner with particularly Homeland Security departments in the territories as well as the COFA states.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Vice
Mr.
Speaker.
President.
Tina. Chair recognizes a member of the CNMI delegation. Please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Representative Marissa Flores from the 23rd House of Representatives of the CNMI. So I think my comment is based on a lot of the conversation that happened this morning. And I would be remiss if I did not once again mention the speech of the delegate from RMI. I think he encompassed the entirety as a whole nation, which includes the blue continent, right? Each and every one of us are here to stand and defend not only the United States, but also protecting the home in which we are rooted. And when you talk about war and you talk about security and you talk about livelihood, that involves conversation with the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Education. But we are at a disadvantage, and we've always been at a disadvantage because part of the, I guess, the friendship and the breaking of the bread is limited to grant awards. We have to continue and fight for monies to provide these types of supports, right? But when we're coming to this area to talk about how we can strengthen the security and the livelihood, that narrows down to our very existence as a people. And you have this war happening in the Middle East that's going to greatly affect fossil fuel and our access to that, therefore handicapping us again in areas of improving, strengthening. So I guess my comment to you, sir, would be when you have these conversations with Big Brother, my hope is that the message that you would convey is we are your friends and we are your allies, but I think also a deeper understanding of what your brothers and sisters and your friends of this Pacific nation truly needs. And what we need is your support to survive and exist and to have access to security, accessibility, and improve livelihood throughout Micronesia. Thank you so much, Ayu.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And I would say from my perspective as the senior military official, we are committed to building out a robust infrastructure across the entire region. And because the economic stability and security are so linked, making sure that we are addressing all of those issues, and I certainly do advocate for that with every single visitor that I have coming through our offices at Joint Region Marianas.
That's it. Thank you, Representative Marissa Flores. Chair recognizes Speaker Getty. RMI.
Thank you, President Nelson. Thank you, Rear Admiral, for joining us. This is a very important topic of discussion for our region, including our partners, United States. I was late. I'm trying to juggle between the Pacific Island Development Bank meeting and the APIL meeting. So I'm kind of going back and forth between the two. But so I missed your presentation, but if you can, please have a copy available for us.
Certainly, sir.
Whatever statement you made or presentation you made. But I'm not sure whether you touched base on Indo-Pacific strategy that was declared by President Biden in, was it February 2022, was it?
Sure.
If my recollection is correct. 19-pager strategy where 5 key pointers alluding to the security and safety of from India all the way to the Pacific region, which also include not just security and safety, but also the prosperity of the region as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure whether, did you discuss
Yes,
some
sir.
of that?
I touched on that aspect of things and how that initiative is fundamental to what we are doing at Indo-Pacific Command.
Okay. Yeah, so adding on top of Kiribati's question and other questions, when I asked the body last time we were in Kosrae, whether they've seen that strategy, unfortunately, we're the lawmaker of the countries that are in the middle of the strategy, but we play no role in any of it. So, going back to partnership, friends, there is a word in Marshall is called jara, meaning friends, but the English word is shallow. Jara goes deeper than that. So deep that even my brothers and sisters are important and are integral part of the family. We love them, but we love our jara more than the family members. That's literally what it means. So this is what we've been seeing, this relationship between the United States and the region. And such a strategy, you would think that, and I know I may be speaking to the wrong person, but since you're in the leadership of, you're not the political leaders, but you play a major role in advising the political leaders. And some of the statement I stated earlier, it's time for the U.S. and the region to see each other face to face rather than us looking at the back of the head of our other friends on the other side. And I think, if I'm correct, this is our ambassador to the FSM. Excellency, I haven't met you, but I'd like to recognize your presence as well and thank you. And she's here listening as well. So we know how important the region is. I'm not going to lecture you on that particular issue. Congresswoman Katie Porter was asking retired Colonel Newsom in D.C. Last year, can the United States do away without this region, generally speaking? And what is the value of this region? So basically saying no, and the value is in billions and billions of dollars. Specifically for Kwajalein, without Kwajalein, you would have to put at least maybe 7 to 10 air carrier to protect that region there.
Right.
And fully manned that's at least $100 billion cost. So basically what I'm trying to say is that this region is important to the security, not only of ourselves, but especially to our U.S. citizens, including what we have on Guam and what we'll be building on Palau and what it's being contemplated in the rest of the region around the APIL region, CNMI. So I just want to go on record that as important as these strategies are, and that we are in the middle of these strategies, at least the participation of our leaders as stakeholders should at least be part of such a big strategy. So, and I'm glad the ambassador is here listening, but in your capacity as a key advisor in terms of security and military initiatives and the stability of this region while you're here in this region, please share our thoughts with the upper leaders in Congress and the need for more cohesive-like partnership where you and I discuss issues and help each other.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that comment. And I assure you that in my role, I am committed to that partnership and carrying that message forward and ensuring that people, especially senior leaders back in Washington, understand the importance of the Blue Continent for the stability of the entire world, and ensuring the security and the prosperity here is critical.
Thank you, Speaker Keddy. Any more questions before we wrap it up? Let's continue to recognize the honorable presence of Her Excellency, the Ambassador. Let's give her a round of applause. Any more questions from out there? No questions for any Chuukese political thinking geopoliticians? If none, we excuse Honorable Admiral.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Thank you.
The next presenter of our agenda theme is what is this? Coast Guard Forces Captain Nicholas Siemens. Please, let's welcome Captain Siemens.
All right. Hafaday, good afternoon, Rananim, everything from Ali to Yokwe, and I'm not going to try and do like y'all did and cover everything, but I am going to, I was going to move the microphone closer, but I'll screw it up and you won't hear anything I said. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for your great hospitality, especially the island of Chuuk, the state of Chuuk, for welcoming us here today. It's an honor to be here among esteemed representatives who deeply understand the Pacific's critical role in global security and prosperity. Our maritime domain is not just waters that separate us, as the delegate from Chuuk said earlier, I think, but a bridge that connects us. And I think I can safely say that we share a common goal and vision for a free and open Blue Pacific where all countries uphold the rule of law, protect their sovereign interests, and work together to ensure regional stability and self-determination. So I'm Captain Nick Simmons. I'm the commander of Coast Guard Forces Micronesia and Coast Guard Sector Guam in Guam. It's my second assignment in the region. I was a commanding officer of a patrol boat in Guam from 2008 to 2010. So I've served almost 5 years of my 23-year career in the Western Pacific, afloat and ashore, doing a lot of the missions and seeing a lot of the places that you are all very familiar with. My daughter was born on Guam. She has a Chamorro middle name, Ha'ani, which means sunrise or noisy. I'm not sure what it means, but she's noisy, so I think it means noisy. That's just to set the stage that I have a deep appreciation for the region, for its many unique cultures, challenges, and great pride in the service that I'm able to provide here. At all times, the Coast Guard is a member of the U.S. Armed Forces, a law enforcement agency, a regulatory body, and a first responder. Our permanent presence on Guam dates back to 1903 and is evidence of our long-standing commitment to the wider region and reinforces the position that Admiral said earlier that the U.S. is a Pacific nation. And those of us who operate in the region, in Guam, in CNMI, in American Samoa, in Hawaii, consider ourselves not just the U.S. Coast Guard, but Oceania's Coast Guard. Simply stated, the goal of the Coast Guard in Oceania is to help guarantee unrestricted, lawful access to the maritime domain for all nations, advance the existing rules-based order, and solidify the Coast Guard as a reliable, trusted partner for maritime safety, maritime security, and maritime stewardship, with the ultimate intent of improving regional prosperity for everyone. Considering that more than 80% of global maritime traffic operates in and around the Pacific, there is no more important mission, in my opinion. Now, firstly, I have a responsibility to protect the 1.3 million miles of U.S. exclusive economic zone in the region, which is approximately 1/3 of the total U.S. EEZ. And as captain of the port for Guam and for CNMI, I'm responsible for 10 of the 11 statutory missions in the Coast Guard, from environmental protection to search and rescue. We don't do ICE operations in Guam. In case you were wondering, it's the one mission we don't do is ICE operations. But on a much broader scale, the Coast Guard is committed to utilizing our resources, our assets, and our personnel to conduct activities across the region in order to deter illicit activities from drug trafficking to illegal fishing in your exclusive economic zones and on the high seas. The Coast Guard's worldwide network of more than 60 multilateral and bilateral agreements, including 12 here in the Pacific, coupled with participation in international fora, are unique among government agencies and military forces, and those agreements represent the embodiment of trust between governments and are the prime enabler of the crucial work that we do as the Coast Guard here in the region, all of our folks on behalf of everyone, all the people of the Blue Continent. Annually, District 14, the Admiral there is my boss in Hawaii, plans and executes an operation called Operation Blue Pacific, a strategic initiative to deploy Coast Guard resources across the entire region. He covers 14 million square miles of ocean to demonstrate responsible maritime behavior, to conduct professional exchanges, to enforce international laws and conventions, and to provide reliable interaction with all of our regional partners. This includes an attempt every year to operationalize all 12 of those regional bilateral agreements. Sir, I think you were talking about them, the gentleman from Kiribati. And I'd be remiss in this forum if I didn't specifically point out the recent signatures of enhanced bilateral agreements with the Federated States of Micronesia and Palau. Those agreements allow the Coast Guard to go and, without an actual shipwrighter on board, go and enforce certain laws, certain international requirements within their exclusive economic zones. And I think that that is the strongest indication between our countries of the trust and specifically the confidence placed in Coast Guard personnel, young men and women who go over the horizon on ships to defend an individual nation's sovereignty. Under the umbrella of Blue Pacific, we've developed our own distinct operation out of Guam called Op Rematau, which means People of the Deep Sea, for those who don't know, Operation Rematau, as a way to ensure thoughtful, distributed utilization of our organic capabilities to address the particular challenges we face in the Western Pacific. So what does all that mean, right? Practically, what does that mean? So a couple of examples. The Admiral brought up one earlier about Oliver Henry dropping off some stuff down in Ulithi and Wooley. So we have 3 fast response cutters, the Myrtle Hazard, the Oliver Henry, the Frederick Hatch. Many of you have seen them. They're our most overt tools that we have to utilize in this region. Last year, they spent 380 total days underway patrolling, spanning from the northern island, the pristine northern islands of the Northern Mariana Islands of CNMI, all the way south to Australia, west to Palau, and all the way east to Majuro, and included more than 6 months of presence in foreign EEZs, in your EEZs, looking to support your sovereignty and enforce your laws. They embarked shipwriters and observers from 5 nations, conducted dozens of fisheries boardings, and identified various violations of regional fisheries agreements. These patrols serve to reduce the scourge of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which has a direct impact on the national sovereignty and food security of more than 25% of the world's population. Like I said, Admiral Huffman already mentioned the Azuda Foundation and the delivery of supplies here to FSM. Additionally, those crews delivered a priest to the northern islands of the Northern Mariana Islands, along with some stuff. They hadn't seen a priest in 4 or 5 years, I think, so took a priest up to talk to the folks up there, along with the mayor. Supplies and an elementary school principal to Kapinga Maringi. I never thought we'd deliver a principal. We did that. Nearly 3 tons of UNICEF aid to Yap, and that happened just last week while Typhoon Bolivan was coming through Guam. All told, those ships delivered more than 14,000 pounds of supplies to the Micronesia subregion in FY23 and conducted more than 80 community and diplomatic events around the region, from hosting kids on board to handle fire hoses and hoist flags, to launching small boats, to just go out and playing soccer, softball, and basketball with the kids in the places that they stopped. In just the last month, those ships made port calls in Palau, Yap, here in Chuuk, in Pohnpei, Kapinga Maringi, Lae and Manus in the Papua New Guinea, and in Cairns, Australia. Now those ships are commanded by lieutenants. They're like, who here is younger than 30? Anybody younger than 30? You guys could be commanding officer of a FRC right now. That's how young these kids are, right? These crews are young, they're junior, they're motivated, and they're out there doing great, great work on behalf of the United States and on behalf of all the countries that they touch. Another cornerstone of our collective security is maritime domain awareness. The Coast Guard is actively involved in sharing intelligence and deploying advanced technologies to support your nations and understanding what's going on in their EEZs and around them. And specifically, our folks have traveled around the region to support MDA workshops and improve both understanding and utilization of these tools by all of our partners. And as you know, collaboration is the key, especially when you're so widely dispersed and you have so few people. So we're fortunate to work along all of the PICs and with organizations like WCPFC, the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, and FFA to sustain our information sharing network that makes us all stronger. As the maritime domain becomes increasingly interconnected, the Vice Speaker talked about cybersecurity earlier. Cybersecurity is a paramount concern, and the Coast Guard has been working very hard with the Port of Guam and the island of Guam to strengthen their cyber posture. And that may not seem intuitive why that would matter to everyone in this room, but I'll tell you, a strong cyber posture at the Port Authority of Guam is implicative of the flow of commerce throughout the region. Everyone knows, and she talked about it earlier, about being a hub for the transportation of goods and commodities. If we have an issue of cyber in Guam, that's going to affect everyone here. I'll tell you though, just earlier this year, the Coast Guard released something called the Maritime Cybersecurity Assessment and Annex Guide. It's a mouthful, the MCAG. It's online, it's available to everyone. If you're looking for a resource, a TTP, to start thinking about how to improve cybersecurity in your port, in your region, let us know. We can put you on target with that, and it's something that can be utilized. Even though it was designed for U.S. ports, it's something that you can utilize, take home with you, and use as a baseline for cyber activities in your own country. So one of the things we've done recently, we created a syllabus of basic deployable Marine and boat forces training. We're really big on going out and providing maritime training to our partners all around the region. Some of it comes from the United States, some comes from Hawaii, but we've been working really hard to create one organically there in Guam, and we beta tested it in Saipan this year, and we're revising it right now to better reflect the needs of all of our partners throughout the region. The idea in the midterm is to solidify a syllabus and utilize it and act across our AOR to all these countries and all our partners to improve interoperability and professionalism for our maritime partners. I also want to take a moment to highlight the tremendous representative by Pacific Islanders at the Coast Guard Academy, where 9 sons of the islands are currently enrolled, including 1 from Palau, 1 from FSM, and I have every confidence that these young men will represent a long-term force multiplier for the region, for your nations, based on the performance of past Academy alumni, including James Miazzo, who's from RMI, is a 2017 graduate who currently works in the RMI Ministry of Public Works. Yuki Sasaya Jr. from FSM, a 2020 graduate, who's an executive within NORMA here in FSM. Nick Swords, the first Coast Guard Academy graduate from Palau, 2003. I think he runs an engineering firm down there in Palau, right? And then, of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Freddie Hofschneider, who was the last commanding officer of the Oliver Henry, and is actually the one who took the supplies to Woleai and Ulithi. And then sitting in the back there is our own Christina Guisamar from Saipan, Commander Select Christina Guisamar, who is the most senior Chamorro, and I think the most senior Pacific Island female ever in the United States Coast Guard. Is that right, Christine? Have a round of applause for that. She's texting me to make sure I don't screw anything up. She said I'm doing good so far. So what's the future hold? For me, it holds about 9 more months of waking up in paradise, and after that, I got to rethink my life choices, unfortunately. No, but seriously, while the Coast Guard is doing so much in the region, we remain severely resource constrained, considering simply the size of the AOR and the scope of the work to be accomplished. That's not a surprise to any of you. District 14 has a total of 9 ships to patrol 14 million square miles of ocean, including 6 fast response cutters and 3 buoy tenders, 5 in Hawaii, 4 in Guam. Couple that with a single air station and around 1,000 total people covering all that region. We serve the largest, most remote area in the world with the fewest dedicated personnel and resources. It's a big job, but it's one that myself and my team are very, very happy to do. The Coast Guard is seeking support from Congress to purchase 4 additional fast response cutters, which could come as soon as FY 2024. If they are, I don't know how fast they'll get here, but those ships would represent a shift from an episodic presence around the region and the remote corners of the region to a more consistent presence and more persistent engagement. Additionally, a 270-foot medium endurance cutter currently home ported in Portsmouth, Virginia, is being stationed in Honolulu to serve as a regional force multiplier with a bigger crew, more resources, a flight deck, a couple of boats. It's going to serve a variety of heretofore unmet needs when it comes to operations in the region, and there's a vision to add additional similar ships in the next few years. So hopefully you will see that ship in your ports in the next few months, hopefully. I'll close by reiterating my deep respect for your countries and the territories and the rich cultures and traditions that make each of you unique and special. Our approach is not to impose, but to engage in respectful dialogue, ensuring that our partnerships are rooted in mutual respect and understanding. Yet I make it my own personal mission to tell that to everybody who comes through my office, everybody that reports aboard, who's never been in Guam, who's never been stationed in the Western Pacific. I try to impress that upon them the minute that they walk in the door. We've recently created a staff at the unit dedicated to just that, and Christine's part of that team. They're dedicated primarily to the COFA states, but the intent is to ensure robust, thoughtful engagement with all like-minded partners that we encounter. The Asia-Pacific region stands as the crossroads of global maritime interests, making it essential for cooperative legal frameworks and mutual respect among everyone. We must acknowledge that rising geopolitical tensions present a significant risk to maritime security and law enforcement efforts. Therefore, today, perhaps more than at any time in the last century, it's crucial that we work together within frameworks like APIL to address these tensions and advocate for a maritime environment governed by the rule of law. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Caesar Masi. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Or no questions, because I'll get off the stage.
Any questions? None? Guess we thank you, Nicholas Cage.
I put them all to sleep. It's right after lunch. Oh, somebody's got one.
Chair recognizes CNMI.
I'm sorry, where I'm from, I always ask a lot of questions, so please forgive me.
Where I'm from, we don't have any answers.
Oh, wonderful. So then stay right there.
Just kidding.
Good afternoon again, and thank you for the very useful information. I don't know if you've been, I mean, obviously you've been paying attention within our waters and what's going on in the CNMI with the transport of Chinese nationals into Guam waters. And it seems that we just kind of capture them, or the Coast Guard kind of intercepts when they hit ground on Guam. Is there a reason why there's not enough presence in between the waters and getting them as they're being, you know, they're making their way to another U.S. area? And if there is, how can we work together collaboratively to increase your presence? Is there, that's number one. And number two, resources. How do we leverage resources so that the presence is also more visible and stronger within the CNMI waters?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. Thank you. So we did roughly 198 days of patrolling in CNMI's waters this year. And we did roughly 12 interdictions, at-sea interdictions of vessels that had suspected Chinese personnel trying to move from CNMI to Guam. And in all those cases, our opportunity to return them to Saipan or Tinian is based on maritime recreational boating safety, right? So overloaded vessels, not enough flotation devices, things like that. That is our opportunity to tell folks that they have to return to their port of debarkation, unless they don't have permission to enter Guam, haven't submitted a notice of arrival with Guam Customs or whatever. So we are actively doing that, but to your point, with only 3 ships and one small boat station covering the gamut of Coast Guard responsibilities, it's very difficult to have consistent presence even between Guam and Rota and then to Tinian and Saipan, let alone across the region. So trying to be overt and clear, and also building relationships with the law enforcement partners in CNMI. Back to the syllabus I talked about for boating safety, we work very, very closely with the customs folks up in CNMI, Director Mofness and his team, as well as the port police and everyone else up there, to make sure that they understand what we're looking for when it comes to vessels departing that may or may not be meeting the requirements, so that we can be tipped and queued to go and respond. So that partnership is so crucial. Information is the biggest driver. Back to domain awareness, we can't do everything unless we have awareness of what's going on around us.
Thank you so much. You've answered my question. And Ms. Christine, we're so proud of you. I just want you to know that. So we're also proud. That's Mariana's pride right there. So we stand strong. We support her endeavors in the partnership with the Coast Guard and the CNMI. So thank you so much. Thank you, President. I yield.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa Flores, Representative. Chair recognizes my friend from Republic of Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Captain Simmons, for your presentation. You had mentioned about the recent development of partnership where of not using, you used to have the Sea Rider program, now FSM at Palau. We've had recent incidences of Chinese research vessels, I'm sure you're probably aware of that.
Yes, sir.
That have entered into the Palau exclusive economic zones. And I mean, we haven't gotten any reports on that from our executive branch, or neither from, in any case, I was going to ask is there more risk now that we're using fiber optic cables? Because they mentioned that they were actually hovering over those fiber optic cables that were recently put down in Palau. Is there more risk now that we're using fiber optic rather than satellite communications? Is that because we never heard about those issues when we use satellite communications. now that we have fiber optic, so it's faster, it's more, but yet they're mentioning about the cybersecurity issues nowadays. So if you can able to maybe elaborate on that.
That's a really technical question, and I can barely turn on my cell phone. But what I would say is I know there's a lot of apprehension about the risk associated with fiber optic cables running across the ocean and the ability to tap or intercept or cut or whatever them by anyone, right? And also just the nodes where they arrive and depart from land, or if they're not secured, it can be very challenging to make sure that resource is protected. But regarding Chinese research vessels, certainly that's something we're aware of, and as you know, I think presence doesn't equal necessarily something that's nefarious. It's activity that is indicative of a problem, right? So certainly being aware of vessels moving around, and again, maritime domain awareness is the most important tool that we have to be able to utilize our minimal organic resources, including Palau, right, to deploy the Remelec and the other ships out to do an interdiction at sea to understand what activities are occurring. So we want to continue to partner with Palau to do that. Yes, sir.
Recognizes again, Republic of Palau.
I'm sorry for being, being annoyed by Palau, but
you can't annoy me.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned about collaboration and all the effort that the Coast Guard, have put into training and promoting our young boys and girls from the Pacific.
Yes, sir.
And first of all, I have to thank you for that. That goes through a Coast Guard system of training, which is the normal system, the official system. But to me, that's, of course, it is a process, but we need more than that. I think we need more collaborative interactive process at the local, at the island level.
Sure.
Since you guys are in the region, would it be possible for collaborative training along with or is there any that has gone on, which I don't know, but if there is, I would appreciate knowing that, or otherwise moving forward in a way that we can collaborate as a regional, partners in training our already existing officers.
Yes, sir.
For Palau, we have Marine Patrol, which are doing, sometimes they do collaborative work with you guys. But in terms of the technology, the capacity, the know-how, that's where we need some more of your, capability to at least transfer some of that knowledge to our local officers so that they can possess it and be able to collaborate with you, help with the regional security enforcement.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we've, from the executive level down to the tactical level, we've deployed, I think, 4 or 5 different times to Palau in the last year to do different training evolutions, tabletop exercises on at-sea interdiction, all the way down to when ships pull in, they make an effort to work with the Marine Patrol folks to do professional exchanges on firefighting, law enforcement techniques, procedures. So we do that regularly when we pull in. The other thing that we're working on for the spring with the Australian Maritime Surveillance Advisors across the COFA states is for all 3 nations to send one of their patrol boats to Guam to do a 6-ship patrol boat roundup to do exactly what you're talking about, to provide equivalent training across the region, across the COFA states, to those 3 entities that operate independently with the Coast Guard team that is in Guam and with the Australians coming to facilitate. So we have a vision to do that hopefully in, I think, March timeframe is what we're looking, maybe a little bit later, and then make it a recurring event, understanding the challenges of getting a ship all the way from Majuro, for example, to Guam, or even from Palau to Guam. But we're working through the details of that with the MSAs to make sure that exactly what you're talking about, that sort of repeatable training, is invested into our partners in these islands, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry to say it, but I was recently collaborate with our Marine Patrol officers, and I visited their, facilities, and comes to find out that there was a retired Coast Guard officer who is posted there,
Yes, sir.
working with him. So I wasn't sure, nor did I ever had a chance to even question whether was he posted there by any entities or was he hired by the Palau government. But he did I think he's doing a great job
Yes, sir.
collaborating with our officers there. But that's the type of, training that I think would be hands-on, stationary, where day in, day out, they're learning the process.
Yes, sir. He's an old ship driver just like me, so you're in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sebastian. Delegate Sebastian, thank you so much. Is there a chance that the Vice President, the former Vice President of the FSM is here in the gallery, the Honorable Ridley Gillian? We wish to recognize his presence if he's in the gallery. No? I'm really far-sighted, nearsighted. Who else is in there? Speaker Mersai is back again. Thank you, Speaker. I guess no more questions. So we have a 10-minute break. Oh, my secretary wants to say something. Are you supposed to talk too? Okay.
Only with your
Tessie.
approval,
Okay,
Mr. President.
I approve it.
Thank you. I think this is a very important opportunity for us, especially given that you and the Rear Admiral Huffman you've taken the time to come and address us. Very important issues. And I'm Tessie Lambon. I'm from Kiribati. And in my previous role as Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Kiribati, I think it will be remiss of us not to acknowledge their contribution that the U.S. Coast Guard have made to our country. And our head of delegation has mentioned this morning the importance of maritime security, and that's where you have really helped. But I want to also reiterate the question that my other colleague raised for the previous presentation. Because I heard that your jurisdiction stops in the Marshall Islands. The western part of Kiribati is probably, it's not covered at all by the U.S. Coast Guard, only the eastern part. And I think that's where the gap is. And as one of the countries with the vast seas, there's also a gap in that, and it can be a security risk for us. So I don't know, that's probably a question for the administration, but as a Coast Guard, do you see any possibility of extending your role in our part of the Pacific down to Kiribati? And I think that was a question raised by my delegate.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So the Coast Guard cutter Frederick Hatch in December of last year went through Majuro and then went to Kosrae. And there was an attempt, I think, to make a port call in Tarawa while they were there and embark a shipwrighter. But the timing of the request was such that we weren't able to execute for one reason or another. So I will say on behalf of Admiral Day, there I think is great interest in having Coast Guard cutters in Kiribati to make port visits, to embark shipwriters and help to enforce your sovereignty within your waters. It's three disparate EEZs that you have, right? And I know that we just recently did a SAR case, search and rescue case, and recovered 3 sailors back in May. And one of the FRCs from Hawaii brought water during the drought last summer. So we're committed to making sure that we get there. We have an existing bilat with Kiribati, the Coast Guard does, and I believe that there's great interest in exercising that and making port visits to your ports. So I'd love to talk to you about it offline. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Done. Thank you, Secretary. Any more questions? If none, we'll have to excuse Captain.
Thank you so much.
We're right on schedule. We need a 10-minute break. short break. Where's Chuuk? Guam. Let's go. Meeting is back to order. I guess this is our last presentation for the day. Yes. We are very honored and blessed with this young man present, William Koska, Executive Director of Micronesian Conservation Trust. Let's welcome Willie Koska, please.
Thank you very much, President Stephen. Before I go on to hopefully a short presentation to you this afternoon, I just want to pay my respects to the traditional leaders and the people of Chuuk, and to everybody who's here today with us. I know you're all tired of listening to presentations, so I'm going to just talk to you about money, so that you can stay awake. Yeah? So I'm here to share some projects that are related to our theme of this conference. And it has to do with some of the funding that we have at the Micronesia Conservation Trust to help support the security of our people in Micronesia. For those of you who do not know the Micronesia Conservation Trust, we were established in 2002, so we're about 21 years old. We were established in Pohnpei, or FSM, but we support work from Palau, Guam, CNMI, RMI, and the FSM. And we started with a small grant from a U.S. private foundation of about $50,000. And this year our budget is about $5 million. And we have built an endowment of around $30 million. So we've grown the organization significantly over the last 21 years. The Micronesia Conservation Trust became accredited to the Green Climate Fund, which is the largest climate fund in the world. in 2019. And so what that means is that we're one of the few organizations that can actually access funding from the Green Climate Fund directly. Where there are only 3 national accredited entities in the Pacific, and we're one of those 3. One is the Fiji Development Bank, and one is the Ministry of Treasury in the Cook Islands. The rest of the accredited entities are regional organizations like SPC, SPREP, and UN agencies, as well as the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank. Anyhow, we have a couple of projects from the Green Climate Fund that we've secured. One is for the FSM only, and it's about $9 million to support food security that's working with farmers on climate-smart agriculture. And our focus is to support about 68,000 people in the FSM with climate-smart agriculture. That project has been launched. We've done some assessments, and in January, the work should start to hit communities. The executing entities for this project and the project management unit is within the FSM Department of R&D, and as well as the Department of Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management of the FSM. And the trainings are being done by the College of Micronesia FSM, their land grant division. So this will start to support the farmers. The other project that I wanted to talk to you about is another GCF grant. Again, it's about $9 million, and that's to support ecosystem-based adaptation work, supporting communities and local governments in the Republic of the Marshall Islands, Palau, and FSM. And you don't have to take notes. I've given Walden the full presentation, and he can share those with you. What the project is going to support is a small grants facility so that communities and local governments can apply for that funding, and they will be going out in grants. There's also a capacity building component of that grant, the Green Climate Fund. And then the third project that I wanted to share with you is we were told about 3 weeks ago that the U.S. Forest Service, through the Inflation Reduction Act, we applied for a project of about $8 million, and it was approved 3 weeks ago, and that's to support our workforce investment, really through internships, scholarships, fellowships, and other capacity building training programs that we will need. And that funding is going to be organizations and communities in the FSM, Palau, Marshalls, CNMI, and Guam are all eligible to apply for that grant. So we're going to be, again, launching it in January, and we're hoping that we can work with our members of the legislative bodies as well as the executive branches to get this money out. So in all, it's about, in the next 5 years, we have about $30 million that will go out in support of our climate adaptation work that we're trying to support the communities with. The details on those, I will ask that Walden send out the presentation, and then while I'm here today, tomorrow, I leave on Friday, and Walden can share the presentation with you today, so that if you have any further questions, you can ask me, and I can explain those in more detail. Another thing that we just passed out is there's a Blue Prosperity Micronesia program for the FSM. We're partnered with the National Geography Pristine Seas program, and they've gone to the Marshalls. They are now They've just finished their research work in Kosrae, and they are, as we speak, they are in Pohnpei now doing the expedition. The expedition is to, and they'll be coming here on November 2nd to the 3rd, and to Yap on November 21st to the 23rd, doing the research. So the research work is going from Kosrae all the way to Yap. And that's really to help us set the baseline for some of the outer islands that we have not been able to reach. And we're very thankful to the Wade Foundation and the National Geographic for doing the expedition. There's, they're going to be coming up with 4 films, one for each of the states to showcase the FSM, which hopefully will help with our ecotourism development. That will be shown on the Nat Geo channel and other channels to help us with our sustainable development work. And then finally, I think a couple of meetings back, you all adopted a resolution to support the Bill Rayner Micronesia Challenge Scholarship program. We had found, we're trying to raise $1.2 million to support that program in perpetuity. We're up to about $900,000, and we were asking support from this APIL jurisdictions. We've raised about $57 million, and that has secured the first $100,000 that the donor, we had a donor that agreed to give us $200,000 if we can raise $100,000 in Micronesia. And so we have about $43,000 that remains. And again, I come back to you to see if you are able to support. Thank you to RMI for giving $50,000 to the scholarship program. And with me today is Shania Arnold. Can you please stand up back there? Yeah. So Shania is from here. She's one of the 3 Chuukis who have received a full scholarship from the Bill Rayner Micronesia Challenge Scholarship. One is Brad Mori, and he heads the EPA. And Shania just graduated from Sophia University, come back with her master's in Global Environment Studies from the University of Sofia. Out of the 25 students that the scholarship has supported so far, and those are from CNMI, Guam, Marshalls, FSM, only 1 has not returned. We have 24 of the 25 returned and working in Micronesia. So we have only lost 1, and the one we lost is from Pohnpei, and he's working for the Maui courts in Maui. He's trying to get past the Hawaii bar before he comes back to Pohnpei. So if he comes back, we'll have 100% retainage. And so this is why we're asking you to support this program. Every jurisdiction has, we've had maybe at least 2 or 3 students from each of our jurisdictions. And it's a full scholarship that we provide about $30,000 to anyone working on a master's or a PhD. And so far, again, there's out of 25, 24 have come home. So we want to continue to support them, and that's why we're building this fund or this endowment to be able to support more young, bright students from Micronesia. And this Inflation Reduction Act funding of about $8 million, some of that money is going to be used to support them through their school, but also to place them in institutions in Micronesia for 1 year. We'll pay their full salary so that the host agency will have a year to raise the funding within their own local budget. So this is to make sure that we don't continue to lose our young people when they go off island. So please support. I did the calculation, and between the 8 jurisdictions that are from Micronesia, it's about $8,000 each if you give to the scholarship. So I'll be sending you an invoice next week to the speakers, and yeah, and so yes, thank you for. I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking. I know you're all ready to go and have your beer and barbecue, but I didn't want to leave Kiribati out. Kiribati, we have talked to the Green Climate Fund, and because MCT has never done any work in the Kiribati, they told us they are very keen on MCT working on a proposal to the Green Climate Fund for Kiribati and Nauru. So if you want to use us as one of your implementing entities to access that money, the Green Climate Fund is ready to support a proposal from you through MCT as an accredited direct access entity. So we can apply for funding for you if you decide to use us as a vehicle, just like you use PREP and SPC and those guys. So we're just one avenue of getting that money. I think that's it for me. Thank you all very much. Kalangan. So Tapur.
Thank you, William Koska, for your presentation. Yes, you know we need money anywhere we go, the APIL. That's very impressive, those fundings. Any question to this gentleman? Yes. Sebastian Marino from Republic of Palau.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just want to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the hard work that Mr. Koska have done in the region. I know he worked collaboratively with some of the local partners in Palau, but he's being one of the most, successful, guy doing work in the region, and I have to commend him for that. I just have one particular concern, and maybe I may raise it as an issue, because in Palau we have experienced it, and we're trying to find a way in which to educate our younger generation in that particular issue. In regard, because you are doing a lot of training with the younger generation, bringing them up as a steward to, to our resources, to our country, to our region, there's being detached, there is some kind of detachment between younger generation in terms of their education background and profession, and how our culture as Pacific Island being, by eliminating human aspect from our natural resources is one thing that I was kind of really affects me. Growing up as an islanders, we live with our nature. We are part of nature. Resources is part of us. So the only reason we're managing the resources sustainably is for our future generation. It's not to isolate the natural resources from our human aspect, which therefore we become them and us. We are one in this whole universe. In our own context as islanders, we are one. And I hope our generations who are being educated, these days, through all the different programs, will also carry that same concept. So that when they come back, they don't look at as our resources as someone else than us. So when they come back, we are part of it, incorporating our culture, our way of life into the way we manage it. That's just, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Marino. He just reminded me that his daughter is one of the graduates of the scholarship program, and she now runs the Micronesia Challenge Regional Office as the coordinator. So, a very smart girl. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie, for the presentation. Just briefly, the 24 students that have returned, can you give us a breakdown as to, from each jurisdictions, and it's also important that we also know the subject of their studies? And with the Bill's scholarship that we're all contributing to, do you have some sort of a policy as to what subject priority area you want the students to be involved in? Or do you have such?
Thank you. So, so that I don't make a mistake in telling you where the students are coming from, the 24 or 25 students, I will just email a copy of a list of students with their descriptions of where they went to school, what their degree is in, and then you can also email that out to the members. I do know that all the jurisdictions have students who graduated and students who are still in school. We have a Marshallese guy right now who's going to Sofia, and he's about to get his master's, and another Marshallese young lady who's going to University of Guam. But we have had a couple of students graduate from the program. One is now your chief of forestry in Aramai, and a young lady is she's working for the AG's office as an assistant AG, and dealing mostly with environment-related issues at the AG's office. So, and then, what was the second question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, the criteria for anything to do with resource management. When Bill Rayner, who put most of his money towards this when he died, he just wanted to be anything general under resource management so that it would not exclude students. So if they're doing anything in climate change, food security, water security, conservation, fisheries, or even law that has to do with environment-related subjects, then they would be eligible for the fund.
Yeah, my last question is are you sharing data with the WICHI? You know, we adopted a resolution here. This is initiation of the APIL as well, and it's replicated throughout our parliaments, legislatures, and congresses. We've adopted a resolution endorsing the arrangement with the WICHI. Are you sharing information with them?
To be true, honest, we haven't, but we would like to. We would like to sit down with them and make sure that we're connected, but we just haven't had the chance to. Right now, with the new grant that will involve CNMI and Guam, because before we're only supporting much work in the freely associated states, but now we can work with everybody in the 5 jurisdictions with this new man.
Thank you for your job. Job well done. You know, you've been successful throughout the year, so congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more question? One last question. The chair recognizes Palau. Senator Wangabag.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promised Delegate Sebastian that I'm not going to ask questions this time, but I don't know. I have to. I know. Thank you, Director Kosrae. I think you have been very successful in implementing programs throughout the region in terms of resources management, conservation. But one thing that I've noticed in Palau and elsewhere in our region is I think, the civil societies have been really strong in resource management and conservation. And so it has contributed to a lot of the success on the ground. I think where we're lacking is, I think we need civil societies in health, in education, pushing the government to make reforms, and we're not seeing that. We have people coming from outside of our region coming in to learn about conservation. Certainly we're not seeing those people coming in to learn about our educational system, our health system, or others. And so I would like to see if there's an avenue for MCT or other NGOs to actually expand their programs to include those other sectors. And I'm thinking I know APIL has tackled this issue, the issue about non-communicable disease and others that are really affecting our communities. And so have MCT looked into, in terms of like livelihood and maybe kind of combining environment and actually look into how health of the people are doing? It's ultimately about the people. So I just wanted to pose that question, and if you have any ideas on this, or you collaborating with others, because I see it as a very big issue in our region, and perhaps your work could actually be expanded, or at least some partnership that we can look into. Sulang, thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Senator. I guess the closest we come to that is the food security work that we support, because we are in the food security work that we support in the promotion of local foods, production and consumption of local foods. That should help, but we don't really have a program that's really dedicated to environment and health. But yes, we will take your suggestions and go back to the team and our partners and see where we can go from here as we continue to expand our work. Thank you.
President, if I may follow up, we had a presentation by the Rear Admiral, and of course, I think we have to agree that there's going to be some impacts in terms of the military, in terms of environmental impacts as well. I think it would be, you're in the best position to really work with Department of Defense to actually get some of those available resources and really help restore, like some of the areas that, they're clearing huge areas in Palau to build air domain awareness, huge tracts of the forest. Certainly that has to be compensated somehow. And maybe perhaps that's something that MCT or other environmental organizations you could partner up with to look into that and really help our region restore some of those affected areas. So if I may just mention that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up, because I was going to ask if the APIL might consider passing a resolution calling on the Department of Defense to help us with they funded the development of the Micronesia Hawaii biosecurity plan. And that plan is in place, but there's no money to implement that plan. And that plan it's outdated. So maybe we can ask the APIL to send a resolution to the DOD asking them to update the plan again and maybe fund some of those things that are within that plan. I just want to share that this is really important. We just found out that now the coconut rhinoceros beetle is in Majuro. It got to Majuro. That's going to start to devastate their coconut industry if it goes out to the outer islands. There's the little fire ant in Yap that's really disruptive to the farmers' work. If you go into your taro patch and you get those little fire ants on you, that could really, they're painful. So we don't want those to continue to spread. So yes, if you might think about a resolution to, because we have a beautiful biosecurity plan for Micronesia and Hawaii, but it's not being implemented because DOD paid for the plan, but they didn't, we don't have the money to implement the plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you very much. Marino.
Sorry, we're taking turn here at this mic. Thank you, Willie, for enlightening us on some of the opportunities that as an APIL body can, pursue in terms of assistance. Since you brought it up with the Department of Defense, maybe you will be the resource person to help us develop that resolution to, request assistance from Department of Defense in that regard. In addition to that, I think some of the issues that this body can need to look into because of the movement of U.S. military personnel and equipment and all others, which is based out of Guam, out to all the islands in the region. Considering the existence of brown snake in Guam, we need to ask the Department of Defense to look into ways in which they can make sure that their transshipment is free of pests before moving them out of Guam out into the region, because that's where we start to have problem. Maybe it's not necessarily the issues that we're facing now is military issue, maybe just between our shipping companies, but of course the increased military movement in the region will be a compounding issue that we're going to be facing, so we just kind of bring this up. But thank you, Mr. Koska, for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Yeah. So as mentioned earlier by one presenter, FIDAL has invested over $10 million into a coconut processing plant here in Tanawas. But if the coconut rhinoceros beetle comes and destroys all your coconut trees, then that $10 million processing plant would be sitting there with no coconuts to process. So this is a very important, it's not just an environment issue, it's an economic issue and sustenance issue. So I hope that, we can work together on resolutions to the DOD and other partners that will help us. Kailangan. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Let's go. And thank you, Palau, for your healthy exchange with these gentlemen. It keeps us vitality. Who's that? No. If no more questions, that should conclude our session for the day, I think. Let's give our...
Thank you.
Okay, before we leave, Walden, is there any announcement you wish to make? Thank you, Walden. An information note before we adjourn, I wish to recognize a few gentlemen here. You've been recognized since the beginning of the day, but we just failed to recognize you on time. Members of the legislature, and this pretty girl from the executive branch, chief of staff, Marjolene, there, for Governor Narun. And Roger Mori, another executive staff, is still there? He just left. And I wish to join the speaker, Mercedes, to thank our own staff, especially the young ladies working hard to make sure your day is very, very well served. Thank you so much on behalf of everyone else. So with that, our session today is adjourned until tomorrow, 9 o'clock.